Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and welcome. Distinguished guests, on behalf of the Islamic Finance Council UK and the Global Ethical Finance Initiative, the United Nations and the Islamic Development Bank, I'm pleased to welcome you to the first Islamic Finance and SDGs Virtual Summit. The Islamic Finance Council, or the UKIFC as it's better known, is a specialist not-for-profit advisory and development body focused on promoting and enhancing the global Islamic and ethical finance industry. It has helped multiple countries over the last 15 years developing their enabling regulatory frameworks, enhanced financial inclusion for over 15 million people, and pioneered the multi-faith finance initiatives alongside the Church of Scotland, also known as the Edinburgh Finance Declaration. The first session of today's summit, starting now, we'll look at the natural alignment and the areas of tensions between Sharia and the SDGs and how this plays out in the Islamic finance sector. Later at 11 a.m. UK time, we will turn towards the practicalities in session 2. That will be hosted by my colleague, Richard de Belder, and it will be looking at Islamic banking, Islamic investment, green sukuk, and specifically the halal and tayyib debate. Later in the day at 3 p.m. UK time, we will be joined by the United Nations and the Islamic Development Bank for the final session of the day, which forms part of their ongoing Islamic social finance dialogue. We are hosting this event to run in parallel with the UN General Assembly, which is at the heart of all the great work the UN does in bringing countries from around the world together for cooperation. One of the greatest achievements of the UN has been the Sustainable Development Goals. This comprising of 17 goals, the SDGs are designed to be a blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. The SDGs were agreed and adopted by the UN in September 2015 as part of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The UKIFC's Global Islamic Finance and SDGs Task Force, which this summit is a direct output of, has been leading action on the SDGs from within the Islamic finance industry alongside the Islamic Development Bank. As we enter the decade of action, achieving the SDGs has become even more challenging following the COVID-19 pandemic. Globally, achieving the SDGs requires an estimated $5 to $7 trillion in annual investment, and in developing countries require roughly $3.3 to $4.5 trillion, but they have an approximately $2.5 trillion funding gap. For OIC countries or ISDB member countries, to achieve the SDGs, it is reported that there's an annual funding gap of up to $1 trillion. Given this scale, this need cannot be met by the traditional public development financial institutions. And therefore, the role of the private sector is particularly important. And thankfully, leading global private sector financial institutions are increasingly, therefore, engaging with the SDGs, both in relation to impact reporting and also with available commercial opportunities. Conventional finance markets are increasing innovation and alignment to the SDG agenda. Debt capital markets have developed products such as green sukuk, green bonds, and social impact bonds, which can deliver capital towards the goals. Since the European Investment Bank issued the first green bond in 2007, green-linked bonds have mobilized over $1 trillion of capital. Since then, the green bond principles from ICMA have provided a standardized framework for such bonds. Another major contemporary development in the international financial system is Islamic finance. And we know the industry now has global assets of roughly $3.7 trillion, or is expected to reach that level by 2024. Islamic finance is underpinned by a framework of principles that encourages aspects such as mutual cooperation, avoiding harm, which lead themselves to natural alignment with the SDGs. Green sukuk are the Islamic finance equivalent of green bonds and present an opportunity for Islamic finance to help address the global SDG funding challenge. At the UKIFC, we are delighted today to be launching a report at this summit entitled Innovations in Islamic Finance, Green Sukuk for the SDGs, which explores this relationship. You can hear more about this report later in the Green Sukuk discussion during session 2. The report finds that sales of new green sukuk bonds have grown from $500 million in 2017 to $3.5 billion in 2019. Indonesia, in partnership with the UNDP, issued the world's first sovereign green sukuk in March 2018, raising $1.25 billion, as well as the world's first retail green sukuk, raising over $100 million. UNDP Indonesia, together with the UKIFC, have produced this report. And based on the work that we have undertaken for this report, we have estimating that an additional $30 to $50 billion of capital towards the SDGs can be raised within the next 4 years through green and sustainability sukuk. To unlock this finance, as a direct follow-up to this report, the UKIFC has committed to launching a high-level working group at COP26 this November in Glasgow. This will coordinate international efforts to develop the green sukuk market, and you can read more about this at ukifc.com/green-sukuk. COP26 is coming to my home city of Glasgow in less than 6 weeks' time. It represents, in the words of John Kerry, the world's last best chance to solve climate change. The summit will build upon the Paris Agreement, another great UN achievement, which was agreed at COP21, and it will be vital if we are to achieve the SDGs. We are delighted to be working with the Global Ethical Finance Initiative, not just on today's summit, but on the Faith in Finance workstream of their Path to COP26 campaign. Again, if you want to learn more about this, you can see that at pathtocop26.com. Before I hand over to the wonderful Dr. Rola Dashti, a bit of housekeeping. You can join in with the debate today using the hashtag IFSDG21. That's IFSDG21, or by tagging us on Twitter at UK_IFC or at Finance for Change, and that's the number 4, or at UNESCWA. A whole bunch of Twitter tags there, always confuses me. But do join in on the debate there, and you can indeed also include comments further down on the screen. And if you'd like to see the full agenda with timings and the speaker biographies, simply click on the link just below this window. You will also see that the window that you can, on the window below, that you can submit questions for the 2 panel sessions today, which are taking place during session 1 and session 3. Session 2 will start shortly after this one at 11 a.m. UK time, at 6 a.m. Eastern time for any American visitors. We're up very early, and 1 p.m. Arabic Standard Time, 6 p.m. Malaysia time. We will then have a break of a couple of hours before session 3, which begins at 3 p.m. UK time, and 10 a.m. for those in New York dialing in from the UN General Assembly. Finally, in conclusion, I would like to thank all of those who have made this event, this virtual summit, possible. Firstly, the teams at the UKIFC, Jeffy, UN, ISDB, as well as our production partners, Glowcast. Our esteemed speakers, not least Dr. Rola, Executive Secretary of UNESCWA, Dr. Sami Al-Suwailim, Acting Director General of IRTI at ISDB, and Dr. Ahmed Al-Iraqi, Special Advisor to the UN Secretary General. Thanks also to all of our supporting partners, DD Cap Group, Gatehouse Bank, ISRA, Norton Rose Fulbright, and UNDP. And finally, thank you to all of you for making the time to engage with this event. I hope you find it productive and gives you useful insights to frame your thinking as we develop the Islamic finance sector going forward. With that, I will hand over now to Dr. Rola Dashti, the Executive Secretary of UNESCWA.
It's truly an honor to address such distinguished colleagues and guests. We meet at a time when our level of optimism are challenged by COVID-19 and by structural predicaments, including climate change, stretched natural resources, and rising inequalities. The UN Secretary General has just launched our common agenda, arguing that humanity is facing an urgent choice: breakdown or breakthrough. Colleagues and guests, this is the time to act. Meeting the global challenges necessitates investing in the Sustainable Development Goals. At ESCWA, we have calculated that low and middle income countries need an additional $4.5 trillion to recover from COVID-19 and catch up to the global average of fiscal support as a share of GDP. The Arab region alone needs $462 billion. More disparaging is that the pandemic has significantly slowed trade and investments. Following the guidance of the SDG financing roadmap, the United Nations entities are seeking out faith-based financing systems to address these financing gaps. Today, we come together to consider the potential of Islamic financing mechanisms as an innovative way to align programs and assist in funding the SDGs. Here, I would commend the efforts of the Islamic Development Bank, various United Nations agencies, and the Special Advisor of the SDG, Dr. Ahmed Al-Maraikhi, and their teams for the success achieved thus far in the Islamic Social Finance Dialogue. Islamic finance encompasses both commercial and social aspects. It comprises tools such as zakat, sadaqah, and waqf that serve to open pathways to simulate green economic activity, promote social welfare, as well as financial inclusion and shared prosperity, all of which resonate with the spirit and intent of the SDGs. There is an estimated $3 trillion in zakat and waqf assets that can assist in addressing the existing challenges. What we all seek is a path that overcomes financial constraints, bridging the technology gap, preserving biological diversity, encouraging and funding green projects, reducing the burdens of inequalities, and respecting human rights everywhere. This is my message that I place before you, prominent gathering today. We must encourage the development of expertise in Islamic financing for development and ensure that our collective efforts accelerates achievement of the SDG, innovation and solidarity across all sectors, and mobilizing all actors will allow us to break through to a more prosperous and just world. Thank you.
Many thanks, Dr. Dashti. I think it's very poignant, the remarks Dr. Ola has made around breakdown or breakthrough, and it's clear as a global community, we are at that juncture where we make a decision now which way we want to proceed. We now turn to examine the relationship between Sharia and the SDGs with one of the pioneers of Islamic finance, Stella Cox, CBE Managing Director of DD Cap Group, and a learned scholar, Dr. Akram Laldeen, who is the Executive Director of ISRA, the International Sharia Research Academy. This session looking at Sharia and the SDGs will be fascinating as it builds off a report that we are launching today, UKIFC, together with ISRA, looking at the tension points between Sharia, but also the natural alignments between Sharia and the SDGs. In the spirit of action, the discussion will unpack some of the debates around intertwining of a stronger social purpose and the maqasid of Sharia, along with the existing Sharia compliant structures which avoid doing harm and avoid doing riba. Over to both of you.
Thank you very much, Omar. As an Islamic financial sector practitioner, I recall it was probably some 6 or 7 years ago that I started to engage more deeply with an involving industry dialogue about maqasid al-Sharia and the impact that it could and indeed should have in shaping the further development of the Islamic financial market and actually the actions of its stakeholders and its participants. We've since moved forward in extending consideration to the substance, objectives and purpose behind our compliance. And at the forefront of that thought leadership has been Professor Dr. Mohammed Akram Laldeen. It's my privilege and indeed my honor to have this opportunity today to be part of the discussion with Dr. Laldeen about that relationship between Sharia and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And my sincere thanks to the UKIFC in partnership with the Islamic Development Bank and the Global Ethical Finance Initiative for organising this session within the context of the overarching event. Dr. Akram, today you're launching in partnership with the UKIFC a thought leadership paper incorporating the Sharia scholars' perspectives on the SDGs. Many perceive that there's a natural alignment between Islam and the SDGs. So could I ask you, Dr. Akram, to share your personal insights about that relationship with Sharia and the SDG, and perhaps to highlight for us some of the key principles of Sharia that are very supportive of the SDG agenda?
Okay, thank you very much, Stella. And as always, it is a pleasure to have engagement with you. And at the beginning, I would like to take this opportunity to thank UKIFC for inviting me to share my thoughts. And I would also like to thank UKIFC for partnering with ISRA to produce the thought leadership paper. And indeed, I believe that the release of this paper is timely, as at the moment, as all of you are aware, that we are embracing new norms with new environment during this challenging time, and we need to look forward on how to boost the social values of what we are doing. And I strongly believe that these values are always embedded in the SDG. Now, briefly, perhaps before I go further, Stella, I would like to highlight some of the findings that we have when we have this thought leadership piece we were developing. And the very purpose of it is that for us to get the insight from the scholars and what do they know about SDG, what is the relationship between Sharia and also SDG. And interestingly, we managed to interview about 10 scholars, well-known scholars from different parts of the world, some from the Middle East, some from Africa, and some from Southeast Asia. And they have shared their thought with us on the different area related to SDG and how SDG, come in relation with Maqasid Sharia, and also, the entire framework of Islamic finance. And no doubt, I think through this engagement, generally we find out that the scholars are of the view that SDG are compatible, you see, with the general objective of Sharia, you see, and there are some details, of course, that need to be worked out, particularly when we talk about developing the framework of SDG. And this, I believe that it is more towards how do we interpret the SDG. And I strongly believe also, even in the conventional space, when we talk about compliance to SDG, we find that, there are, different jurisdictions, different institutions might have their own framework in developing it. So generally, we can say that the scholars are of the view that the very goals that the United Nations have put, they are in compliance with Sharia. And perhaps, by empowering SDGs, this is also an opportunity, of course, for us to present the value proposition of Islamic finance, the world economy. And I always mention that when we talk about all these beautiful values, they are part and parcel of Sharia, and we have to really drive it. And I think one aspect that I would like to emphasize here, scholars, did mention, is that how can we utilize, the different tools that is available within, Islamic worldview in order for us to push the agenda of ESG, of SDG. And they did mention about how can the institution of zakat, for example, the institution of waqf, endowment and whatnot, be used in order for us to advance, the agenda of SDG. So that, is what we find out from the scholars, Stella.
Thank you, Dr. Akram. I'm really looking forward to drilling down further into that work and the reflections of the scholars. But I think it's good that we can start our discussion together today on such a positive note. But I noticed that you alluded to the need to create framework and to have further engagement between the scholars. And I think despite the natural alignment that many of our industry stakeholders observe between the objectives of Sharia compliant financing solutions and the targets objectives of the goals, there are certainly some aspects of the broader relationship between Islam and the SDGs that might not be considered such a comfortable fit. And I'm assuming that you're alluding to that when you talk about further consideration and input by the scholars as they create the framework. I think it'd be interesting if you could expand a little bit more about where you perceive there might be some resistance, or where perhaps some areas of dislocation might exist.
All right, thanks. Again, you see, when we talk about the broad objective of Sharia, or I think the very popular terms that we are using nowadays is maqasid Sharia. You see, we see that the very principle in maqasid Sharia, which says jalbul masalih wa dar'ul mafasid, meaning that the Sharia is there to fix and it aims at establishing what is beneficial for mankind and to preventing what is harm from mankind. So we can see that it is a very broad principle, see, in which it is the role of the scholars, the practitioners, and I think the different stakeholders for us to come into the detail and look into how do we apply this broad principle. So meaning that whatever that bring benefit to the people, it is good, it is very much encouraged by Sharia, and anything that bring harm, we should prevent it. You see, and if you look, I think from here, where the perspective of the scholars come from, where they see that, you see, the sustainable development goal do align, you see, with this very important principle in Sharia, that it bring benefit and it prevent harm from the people. Now, I mean, you mentioned that there might be certain areas. Yes, I mean, there might be certain areas that, you know, Sharia have its own view on certain areas. Yes, I mean, no doubt. That's why I was mentioning earlier on that the focus should be, when we talk about integrating SDG within the framework of Islamic finance, for example. Of course, as all of us are aware, that Islamic finance is guided by the very principle of Sharia, which is built upon the Quran as well as the saying and doing of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. You see, so we have to ensure that, you see, whatever details, whatever framework, you see, whatever steps that is being taken is in line with what is there in the Sharia. So here is the challenge. I always believe about it. And sometimes it is very much according to the interpretation. That's why if you look into the different approach that is taken by these different jurisdictions, sometimes different institutions in empowering SDG, we can see that each and every one of them, I mean, they will look into what are the priority in their jurisdiction. Take, for example, if you're talking in certain country, perhaps, I mean, providing the basic food, zero hunger, for example, that is the priority. You go to certain other country, maybe the health service is more to be given the priority. So it all depends. And of course, when we talk about putting all this value, it might differ from one jurisdiction to another jurisdiction. But of course, I mean, there are certain areas in which Islam has its own view. I give you one example about the, you know, gender equality, one of the SDG, where, of course, I mean, if Islam do recognize, you see, the right of women and whatnot, you see, but there are certain principles in which Islam has its own stand. So I always believe that when it comes to developing the perimeter, each and every one of us should develop it based on the jurisdiction where you are in, based on the circumstances where you are in, based on the need of the people where you are in. So of course, I mean, it is not wise for us to bulldoze, for example, our own values, you see, and impose it on others. I think this is, you know, the kind of environment that we are looking into. How can we harmony? And I think that is how the scholars are looking at the SDGs broadly.
Thank you, Dr. Akram. Yeah, your comments are noted and well made, and that conversation that I alluded to that was taking place, you know, some years ago when we started to reflect more solidly at a practitioner level, engaging with the scholars on maqasid. Actually, I came to Malaysia to have some of those opening discussions, and I remember one theme that came from that was identifying in the context of Sharia compliant financial practice, the role or the evolving role of Sharia scholars in looking at embedding sustainable and responsible financial aspects that might be more relevant perhaps to other sustainable and responsible financial subsets and outside of our core Islamic financial marketplace. So I think I'd like to ask you, when situations concerning the implementation of the requirements of the SDG within the context of the Muslim faith do arise, what do you consider to be the role of the scholars in addressing and resolving them? And when I think about some of those discussions around just Islamic financial practice, is it reasonable that this should fall within the scholars' remit and within people's expectations of them?
Of course, thanks. Interesting questions. Perhaps, you see, if I can perhaps bring you, I mean, a little bit, about the history. When we first started Islamic finance, you see, I can remember that the focus of the scholars at that particular time is very much to provide a halal solution, meaning that if a person wanted to buy a house, how do the person do it in a Sharia compliant way? So the focus at the beginning was very much on the legal side of fulfilling the requirement of Sharia. Now, as we advance, right, as we advance in the industry, I would say that now, perhaps with the standards that has been developed, with the different fatwas that have been developed in the industry, interestingly, we can see that more or less, you see, the legal aspect of Islamic finance, Sharia, related to commercial transactions and whatnot. I mean, it is, I'm not saying that it is complete, but I think most of the big issues we have already addressed it. Now, I mean, here comes the role of the scholar. So what is next? Okay, and people like me, you see, I'm not satisfied to, just stop at my role to look into the legal aspect of Sharia, but then I would very much like to go into the looking at what is the impact of whatever product that I have already approved at the Sharia level. So I think, I mean, this is, I mean, a natural, evolvement that we can see that in the industry that it is taking place now, particularly after the financial crisis. I mean, we have seen that people start, asking, hey, what is the value proposition of Islamic finance? Are we just, looking at what is then conventional and trying to imitate what is then conventional and providing, similar solution with conventional and whatnot? So I think we need to address it. So as a Sharia scholars, you see, I believe many of my colleagues out there, I mean, they also share with me that it is important for us to address, you see, what is the next step that we have to go. You see, that is the reason why I always ask myself that, okay, whenever I see a product, you see, I will not only stop at looking at the product that it satisfies the legal requirement, but I would like to know, okay, what is the impact of such product to the society, to the environment, to the, whole universe as a whole. And I need to look into this, because at the end of the day, the Sharia tell me that anything which bring harm, I should stop it. Sometimes there are certain things which it is perfectly, compliant with the legal requirement of Sharia, but not necessarily it is compliant with the maqasid, where it might bring harm to the society. And there are many examples around us in terms of investment. Where do you put your money and whatnot? Generally, it might be in compliance with Sharia. There is nothing in Sharia says that it is prohibited. But when we look into the impact of certain things, for example, I mean, it is detrimental to the environment. It is detrimental, to the next generation, weather and whatnot. See, all these have to be taken into account. And I strongly believe that that is the direction in which we, the scholars, are moving towards it in the next phase of the development of Islamic finance.
Thank you, Dr. Akram. Useful indeed for we practitioners to think about the presentations and submissions that we make to the scholars now, and really the layering of consideration by our scholars as they move through their reflections and their approval processes. Beyond that form that I think, you know, so a couple of decades ago we were used to prioritizing into the underlying substance and beyond into the impact. You gave me a fine opportunity to ask you a little more about your own perspectives, and thank you for speaking so openly about those and that of many of your colleagues as well. I mentioned at the beginning that I identify you with thought leadership in this area, and you certainly have a dual role within certain of your mandates. For purposes of disclosure, I should say that as a member of DDCAP's esteemed Sharia Supervisory Board, we've also managed to persuade you to act as our sustainability champion, which we appreciate and we're thankful for. But in taking such roles, does that offer to you and indeed to your colleagues, amongst other Sharia scholars, the opportunity to push to accelerate financial sector firms' individual approaches to embedding and adopting a more proactive approach to delivering against the requirements of Maqasid? And you know, that might impact us deeply into their business models, the shaping of those, and also their policy formation. And I'd like to take that even a step further. And do you think that our current understanding and interpretation of Maqasid actually requires further reflection by the scholars, and maybe to enable to push the firms that you advise a little bit more?
Okay, thanks, Sarah. I think first, I'm honored actually to be given the opportunity by DDCAP to play my role as the member of the Sharia board, as well as my role in the sustainability agenda. And I think, I really benefited, you see, from the various discussions that we had in our Sharia board, where we always try to take this opportunity to push the sustainability agenda in the market and also among the scholars. And I think this, to a certain extent, has created a greater awareness among the scholars on their role on the sustainability agenda. I mean, at the end of the day, for me, it is not an option, but it is a must. As we know that, you know, when it comes to empowering the Maqasid, I mean, we have to do it. It is not an option. Perhaps in the past, we might say that, you see, it is an option, but now, no, it is no more an option, because of what is happening in the country, across the globe. You see, with the pandemic that we are experiencing now, with the weather that we are looking, how the global warming and whatnot that we are looking now. So for me, it is not an option anymore for Sharia scholars to just keep quiet and just approve a particular product based on what is brought to them, but they need to go beyond what is there. Now, coming back to your second part of the question regarding, do we really need to relook at the Maqasid, and how do we define Maqasid? You see, how we put the details of Maqasid? Yes. And here I would urge, you see, the Sharia scholars as well as the market practitioner, we need to sit down, we need to, really have more discussion. You see, the tendency in the past, sometimes I would say that among some people, that they will consider or they have this kind of perception, whatever that comes out from the Sharia scholars, as if it is a revelation from God. You see, I'm saying that no, it is not a revelation per se. Yes, we are guided by the text, by the Quran, by the Sunnah, but at the same time, we need the input from the market, you see, on how do we move forward. If, there are certain aspects of the product that we are approving, you see, our colleague, the practitioners, see that it might bring more harm compared to the benefit to the society, to the economy, to the environment and whatnot. I think you need to tell us that, yeah, this is one aspect of it and this is another aspect of it. So please do look into this aspect. I think the other side of it is that we need to also educate the investors and also the public at large. that we need to really push, the sustainability agenda, because we are not talking about our generation only, but the impact is going to be our children, our grandchildren, and the future generation as well. So let us, work together and do our best in order to push, this noble agenda.
Well, Dr. Akram, from experience, I can certainly comment that our engagement with your good self and the other members of DDCAP's Sharia Supervisory Board actually led us to evolve this agenda and create the formal policies and approach to sustainable and responsible practices within our policy formation and our business model that we were striving to achieve. So I think ours was very much driven from the point of working collaboratively from the perspective of Sharia compliance as well. And you made some points when you were reflecting upon areas of resistance between Islam and the SDG. And it sort of led me to ask you whether you feel that combining the disciplines of more traditional aspects of Sharia financial oversight. So I guess I'm moving back to the model of some years ago where we were looking at the sort of straight compliance and the form of the instruments and the solutions that we were looking at. But is that really creating a bit of a gap with evolving international approach to sustainable and responsible financial practice? So for us, is that a bit of an unaddressed challenge? And there is some comment about the fact that, yes, in the Sharia compliant financial sector, we're starting to look at upscaling our green and sustainable solutions and our volume of contribution in monetary terms. And do you think that there is an inhibitor there in that dialogue that's stopping an acceleration of that upscaling?
Okay, you see, to a certain extent, we can say that when you look into the development in the market and when you look into the principle of Sharia mainly, right? I would say that when we take the approach of pushing the agenda of sustainability, it is in line with Sharia. And the beauty thing about financial transaction, particularly in Sharia, is that the origin, the principle says that the origin of it is permissible, meaning that you can embark, you see, on whatever area you can innovate, you can come up with something new, you see, as long as it is within the boundary of Sharia. Now, the kind of resistance that I find is that it's only that, some people, I was having a conversation with some of the bankers a few days back, and some of them said, well, perhaps, if we look into if you bring the sustainability agenda and we look into the current criteria that we have developed and we have followed in ensuring Sharia compliant, perhaps if we put both together, as if we are trying to shrink, you see, the Sharia universe, because there will be two requirements. One is the Sharia requirement and one is the SDG, ESG and whatnot, SRI requirement that is being put. So some people were of the view that, well, it might be, a step that might hinder the further progress of the Islamic finance. But then I was telling them that, you see, when we talk about pushing the sustainability agenda, we might have different tiers of Sharia compliance. You see, one is the one that fulfill the basic fundamental requirement of Sharia. And the second tier, perhaps a better tier, is that you have a product which fulfill the basic requirement as well as fulfilling the sustainability agenda, as well as the ethical norms and whatnot. So perhaps moving forward, we might look and see that if we can develop such mechanism, you see, in order for us to have not only halal but it also tayyib. I think that is what we want to move forward. You see, we want a product that satisfies the requirement of Sharia, but at the same time we know that this particular product, you see, whatever that we are pushing, it is also beneficial for the people. It is not bringing any harm to the people. So we need to bridge the gap between the market as well as the Sharia sphere. And I believe that we can always do this through the interaction between us.
Thank you, Dr. Laldin. I have so much more that I want to ask you, but unfortunately, I don't think our time together permits today. And I just say that I think summarizing the points of our discussion, we certainly know that Islamic finance has started to demonstrate innovations and financial engineering that supports the creation of those new instruments and solutions that will attract and deploy capital to deliver against the Sustainable Development Goals. And we certainly know that our sector has the capacity to mobilize funds to address meeting part of that $5 to $7 trillion annual funding gap. And that needs to be satisfied if we're going to achieve the 2030 target. And I think with a handful of notable exceptions, we know that our industry research shows that there's still quite limited engagement by the global Islamic financial sector with the SDGs, although on a positive note, the Islamic Development Bank's been a beacon in recent times amongst all multilaterals in this area. And I'm proud that the task force and its members and stakeholders are working hard to create awareness across borders and to educate and inform. And I think from your remarks, the message to us is clear that the Sharia scholars feel that we should be working collectively and collaboratively to focus on the opportunities that Sharia compliant, green and sustainable financial solutions do have to deliver with very positive impact against the targets and objectives of the goals. So Dr. Laldin, I thank you very much for the time that you've made available for our discussion today. And I look forward to continuing this dialogue with you soon.
Wow, thank you so much, Stella and Dr. Akram. That is really a fascinating debate. The report, which Dr. Akram mentioned, will be available later today on the UKIFC website. I mean, where do we start with some of that? I mean, really amazing. And I think one of the telling points Dr. Akram made there, and we know in the Islamic finance industry, nothing fundamentally materially can happen without the engagement of the Sharia scholars. But Dr. Akram's reference to empowering the Maqasid is no longer an option, but a must, I felt was an extremely powerful comment. It very much aligns, I think, with what we're seeing in the conventional financial services world, where financial institutions can no longer be seen to be doing nothing with regards to the sustainability agenda. So it feels like we have reached that pivotal moment. Stella, your question on the inhibitor was indeed very powerful. There is this danger of assumed compliance within the Islamic finance industry, and we know that the Sharia scholars and the industry has got within its DNA the concept of additional layers of compliance, restricted ring fencing the use of proceeds, and so on. And that's where a lot of credit has to be given to the Sharia scholars over the last 30 years who have managed to create this industry, and their efforts must be applauded. And I think going forward, they are particularly well placed. Unlike conventional financial institutions, Islamic financial institutions are particularly well placed, having that additional governance node of the Sharia Supervisory Board, and particularly, I believe, addressing the S within the ESG. As we know, the Sustainable Development Goals cover beyond climate. They cover a whole series of 17 goals. And when you look at the S within the ESG, the training, the theological training, and the understanding of community benefit is something which positions the Sharia scholars particularly well, I think, going forward. So moving forward to our next panel discussion, to pick up on some of these issues, this will be moderated by Famida B, who's the chair of Norton Rose Fulbright. We have a fascinating panel here. Along with Famida, we have Dr. Hayat Zindi, Raja Mir Shah, and Arshad Ismail. So Famida, over to yourself, and looking forward to hearing the insights on the practical challenges now. How do we go about actually implementing the sustainability agenda within the Islamic finance industry?
Thank you, Omar, and hello everyone. Assalamu alaikum, and welcome to, as Omar says, a practical discussion on the challenges for Islamic finance and the SDGs. As you heard from the discussion between Stella and Dr. Laldin, there is a natural alignment between Islamic finance and the SDGs because of the broader purpose behind the Sharia and the purpose of Islamic finance to support communities and societies rather than just enter into financial arrangements for their own sake. So in this discussion, we're going to look at the challenges that face Islamic finance when it's looking to implement the SDGs, the practical progress that we've made so far, and hopefully showcase the role for Islamic finance in achieving the SDGs. As you know, the countries in the OIC have perhaps a greater need for the SDGs than many others. And so this is a live and important topic for many of us. Let me briefly introduce you to our eminent panel. We have with us today Raja Amir Shah Raja Aswa, who is the Chief Executive Officer of HSBC Amana in Malaysia. We have also Dr. Hayat Sindhi, the Chief Advisor to the President of the Islamic Development Bank, and I was very pleased to hear Stella refer to the IDB as a beacon in this area. And we have also Arshad Mohammed Ismail, the President and Group Chief Executive Officer of Malaysian Development Bank, BPMB. Welcome, panelists, and thank you very much for being available to discuss this vitally important topic, especially for those of us based in the UK who are looking forward to COP26, which I think is only 4 weeks away now. Let us start with a discussion about the current levels of progress. I'll start with Raja to talk about the progress that Islamic finance has made so far in implementing the SDGs, and particularly the role that HSBC Amana has had in that. But we'd be grateful for your thoughts briefly on the wider trends in the market as well. Raja, if I can hand that over to you.
Sure. Thank you, Farmida. Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. It's a very interesting question, Farmida, and I do hope to create justice by sticking to the 2 to 3 minutes that's been allocated for this particular topic. But as we heard in the last session, the convergence between the Maqasid and SDGs are largely in harmony between the two. And as a result of this, we've seen quite a flurry of transactions within the wider market in support of this. And in Malaysia, which I'm sure my colleague Arshad will be speaking about as well, it's really regulatory driven in Malaysia. So a lot of push is being done by Bank Negara in terms of formulating the plans for the respective banks, stress testing, the full Monty in terms of what they expect Islamic banks in particular to do, in the concept of value-based intermediation. Now, in the wider market, before I go, specifically to our own financial institution, what we've seen in the market, especially within the context of 2020 and 2021, is an increasing number of capital market transactions supported by a number of financings, which have been in alignment with SDGs, or as we call them, green, social, and sustainable sukuk issuances. So one of the few that we can sort of point to was the recent Islamic Development Bank Green Sukuk. The other one, obviously, is the government of Malaysia. So this is the first time a sovereign has issued a sustainability sukuk, and we had the honor of being a sustainability advisor on that. Republic of Indonesia, we've heard obviously before, they were the world's first sovereign to issue a green sukuk. And also one interesting transaction which was done by Etihad Airways. So this is moving away from the sovereigns and the supras, but to a corporate who issued the world's first transition sukuk. Particularly, if I bring this back to what we've seen in HSBC Amanah, specifically, we issued the world's first UN SDG sukuk by FI in 2018, and I was personally involved in that at that point in time, and it was no easy feat to sort of comply with the regulations that are there, ensure that we're tagging the assets appropriately, and so on. So that's what we've done in that space. Since then, we have really grown by leaps and bounds. If I can just take a minute or so to explain what we are doing currently. So HSBC Amanah in Malaysia is the test case for the HSBC group, where we will be converting ourselves into a fully sustainable bank by 2022. So what does that mean, to be a fully sustainable bank? We're measuring this by compliance with Bank Negara's VBI, which is 51%, which is triple bottom line, which is focusing our efforts not only on the profit, but also on the people, prosperity, and the planet. And we aim to measure our compliance with this by ensuring that our portfolio of advances and financing is classified as 51% in line with triple bottom line. So that's what we're doing, in terms of really moving towards that sustainability. We are pushing very hard with our clients in order to be able to originate those transactions and assets as we build our book up. We have also externally made non-financial disclosure in terms of a TCFD report just this year. We're the first FI in Malaysia to do so. We're also part of the United Nations commitment of sustainability as well, which we have just produced our annual report just in August, the UNGC COP, sorry, to be exact. We've rolled out a number of products, which I can go on and on, but I won't do that in terms of supporting the sustainability agenda. And finally, just in terms of capacity building and engagement, I mean, that's what we are doing both internally, because as part of Project Cocoon, it's a 24-month extensive transformation. So it's a cultural mindset, physical, transition that we're doing, which aims to really, make people, empower the staff of HSBC Amanah to look at things differently and to look at that as a possibility to support the transition to a low carbon economy. And then just finally, I mean, it goes down to the ground in terms of what we're doing in terms of incorporating flexible working hours, diversity and inclusion, empowering minorities, and so on and so forth. I'll be happy to talk about it a bit more in the following questions.
Thank you. That's fascinating and amazing progress. Dr. Hyatt, can I ask you to address the same question for the IDB, the progress that has been made in promoting the SDGs and the role that IDB has played and the wider trends that it's helping to support?
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim wa salatu wa salam ala ashraf al-anbiya mursaleen. First of all, I would like to express my great appreciation for your invitation to attend and participate in today's panel discussion. Is very important in global finance, Islamic finance, progress, challenges, and opportunities. As you know, also, Famida, there is a need very much for new forms of financing and blended finance initiative that can bring different resources of finance together. And ISDB has had a great experience in creating innovative and blended finance initiative with partners, because partnership here is also crucial to meet the SDGs. So let me go through a few examples, practical example. One of them, the fund I run, which is the called Transform Fund, 500 million Transform Fund, is a good example of an Islamic finance instrument to promote technology and innovation and science, which we believe is a very important for economic stability for our member countries and also for our Muslim community in the member countries. And also we use Transform Fund to promote and fund and support innovative, sustainable Islamic financing solution for the benefit of our member countries and then our Muslim community member countries using technology. I want to share with you two examples. One of them, we are supporting an Irish tech company in a partnership with the UNDP in Indonesia, with the pandemic, with the lack of donation and the rural area, the lack of financial instrument. So we use this technology, the blockchain platform, to ensure transparency in donations in line with the Islamic finance principles, adding value to the way Islamic giving is collected and distributed. The other example under this Transform Fund is a development of online training program. We heard that from the previous recommendation from Stella, to develop professional on Islamic finance for the Sustainable Development Goals in partnership with the UNDP. If we look beyond COVID-19, we recently cooperate with the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent. The ISDB established a fund to eliminate cholera and secure water supply and hygiene. The fund aimed to mobilize 150 million in grant from donors. ISDB will provide payable guarantees worth of 100 million, but not offer its own resources, thus to saving fund for other projects, but in the same time, it will enable to help 29 member countries to fight against cholera and make positive impact on the life of 5 million people. So this is a way of blended finance and also contribute to achieve SDG number 3 on health, 5 on gender, 6 on water, and also 17 in partnership. Also, ISDB has a long history of preparing project in health. So through COVID-19, we will provide 2.3 billion a COVID-19 strategic preparedness and response program as a comprehensive integrated response package from integrated type of blended finance within the bank. Another example of innovative Islamic finance in the bank is a 2.5 billion lives and livelihood fund with the Bill Gates Foundation and other partner of Islamic Solidarity Fund for Development, ISFD, and other development cooperation partners such as bilateral partners, NGO philanthropy, to join with a joint vision to raise and the poorest out of the poverty. Another also innovative blended finance initiative that also I run is we established a fund with the partner with the IAEA, the Atomic Atomic Energy Agency, International Agency, with 500 million. It's called Saving Women's Life from Cancer, as a blended finance model using 5P instrument, which is partnership between public, private, philanthropy, people, civil society, with all stakeholders can be part of it. At the initial stage to save 5 million women suffering from cervical and breast cancer. Also, ISDB working closely with the government as well as to promote innovative Islamic financing. The bank has created financial sustainable framework which lays the foundation for the issuance of the green and sustainable sukuk to attract socially responsible and environmentally conscious investors across the globe to finance SDG. And we launched the green and sustainable sukuk in November 2019 at the Sukuk Summit in Luxembourg. Also, the bank is committed, we hear today from my colleague, to commit to support member countries through our Center of Excellence site in Kuala Lumpur, with mandate to promote Islamic finance, to support SDG, and also halal industry and science, technology, innovation. So I stop here, so many examples, but this is a true practical example. We've seen the outcome, the impact, and the sustainability of this, of all of the blended finance model. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hyatt. I think getting those specific examples is fundamentally important. And what I think was really meaningful there was the way you were linking each of the investments with the specific SDGs and saying this is the impact and this is what we're looking to improve. And we'll come back to that discussion because I think that's terribly important. But I think it's great for us to get an overview of where we are and the progress that has been made so far. So if I could ask Arshad to just let us know what Malaysian Development Bank has been doing and seeing in the market in the sense of progress that we've made so far. And then we'll come back and have a little discussion on this topic.
Thank you very much, Hamida. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you very much for inviting me to be on this panel. It's a privilege to be on the same panel as Raja Amir and Dr. Hyatt. We at the Malaysian Development Bank are on a dual journey. And what I mean by that, we are on our way to becoming a full-fledged Islamic bank. And we are also committed to the UN SDGs. Back in 2019, we took a critical look at the way we operate as a development finance institution. And we realized that we were operating too much like a commercial bank. We didn't understand, or we didn't make an honest attempt to understand why we were financing certain projects. And that was, in a sense, a wake-up call for us. And we sought help to develop an impact assessment framework to help us make decisions. Now, an impact assessment framework is not new, but it was new to us. And it was something that we had to do very quickly to ensure that the way we operate will help us meet the objectives that we were set up to meet. And we then had to decide which of the 17 UN SDGs we were going to track. And this was not an easy conversation. We had the World Bank working with us. As I said, we brought in people to help us develop the framework. And we then decided to look at the portfolio we had at that point in time. And based on our assessment, we realized that 5 of the 17 SDGs were most relevant to our portfolio at that point in time. So we decided to anchor our assessment framework to UN SDGs 7, 8, 9, 10, and 13. At the same time, we were on this journey to becoming a full-fledged Islamic bank. Today, as we speak, 80% of my portfolio is Sharia compliant. We have 20% to go before we can, inshallah, claim to be a full-fledged Islamic development finance institution. But that was just one part of our journey. As I said, it was very important for us to understand why we were going about financing various projects. And as a development finance institution, we also need to be prepared to finance projects that are more risky than what commercial banks would typically be able to digest from a risk perspective. And the impact assessment framework we have helps us make informed decisions. There was another question we had to answer. What if certain projects do not meet the minimum threshold? Should we, as a development finance institution, refuse to fund such projects? And to cut a long story short, the decision we made was not to reject such projects because for two main reasons. Number one, we had to understand how this impact assessment framework was going to influence our decision making, number one. Number two, we at that point in time were not too sure how ready our customers were to comply with the requirements of our impact assessment framework. But our ambition is to reach a point on our journey where we can draw that line and tell our customers and tell our stakeholders that if a particular project does not meet that minimum threshold, as a development finance institution, we will not fund such projects. Now, I think it's also important. I wanted to start off by talking about how Islamic finance fits very neatly into the SDG agenda. But Dr. Laldin, of course, very eloquently spoke about that, more eloquently than I ever can. But it's important to acknowledge that there is no need, in my view, to develop a whole new framework from a Sharia perspective. My personal view is that the UN SDG, the framework that we have, is a good reference point that any bank, whether it is an Islamic bank or a conventional bank, can refer to, that can turn to for guidance on its sustainability journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Arshad. And you've highlighted in your response two incredibly important topics there, which I know we have a bit of time, so I think it's worth discussing them. But just on the last point that you made, which is around whether Islamic finance needs to move to more of a purposive approach. Are we really looking to do good here? And so perhaps move away from some of the things that it's been criticized for in the past, which is that it's quite formalistic. You need to fall within the rules that are set out, and providing you can tick the compliance boxes or the Sharia requirements, that is sufficient. There seems to be an increasing move, and I'm sort of hearing it from you as well, that what we need to look at is the purpose. And if the purpose is about making life better for humanity, then that goes to the fundamental purpose of Islamic finance. And as you say, Dr. Laldin touched on that in his discussion as well, but this is a broad discussion that's happening in the market at the moment around the tayyib, or the ethical purpose of Islamic finance. Did you have to have quite a long debate in coming to the sort of pragmatic approach that you've taken, which is it'll be Sharia compliant when it can be, but otherwise we're going to look at the purposive approach here?
It wasn't very much of a debate. We had no choice, so to speak, because in a sense we were behind time. We had to make commitments to operate in a sustainable manner. We had to make commitments to financing sustainable projects. So I think, it was driven by the realization that we were not operating the way we ought to be operating. Having said that, we have not run into any problems from a jurisprudential perspective. The Sharia Committee generally is very supportive, but I have to say that going forward, I think it'll be very important for Sharia scholars, and again, we heard Dr. Akram speaking about this, it'll be very important for Sharia committees and Sharia scholars to pay more attention to the sustainability agenda. For the past 20 years, we have been focusing a lot on the form, and that was required at that point in time during the growth phase. But today, that is no longer sufficient. In fact, in my view, we would be doing Islamic finance a disservice if we continue focusing on the form. We have to look at the substance of what we are doing as Islamic financial institutions. And I'll just finish off by stating a very obvious fact. Financial institutions are very powerful institutions. Financial institutions can lead change. The question is, are we playing that role effectively today?
Thank you. That's a powerful finishing point. Dr. Hyatt, can I raise with you a point that you mentioned and also that Arshad mentioned, which is the focus on specific SDGs. What we're seeing with developmental institutions is that they, in order to disperse funds, they want to have a look, they need to be sure of the impact that those funds are going to have. And so there is a focus on specific SDGs. Do you sort of see that as the way the Islamic Development Bank is going to drive progress on the SDGs? Has that become a requirement for your funding?
Thank you, Family. I think the ISDB always committed towards ISDME member country for the priorities and needs. And that's also what drive our strategy and vision for each year, of course. When we started Transform Fund, we selected SDGs that's also integrated with the whole, cross-cut with the whole the rest of SDGs. So we started with focusing on agriculture, which is hunger, of course, education, health, and renewable energy, innovation, which is also we noticed is a lag across the whole globe. And that's also from a fee to the challenges we face as ISDB as in general. So the challenges we face, especially the challenge of instability and the low level of resilience. And that's especially in the least developing countries. So when COVID-19 hit our least developing countries, especially, it's the sector of agriculture, which is SDG number 2, and education hit very badly because, of course, schools, children, farmers, sort of income, that's hit very badly. So that's also, for us, is important to concentrate on resilience, concentrate on these 2 SDGs, because to prevent the lesson learned. The other thing also to see as a general challenge for us, and also to feed and focus what type of SDG we should focus, is the financial gap. You know that every year our financial gap for our member countries is become like 1 trillion per year gap. And that's, of course, that's why we had to come with the innovative way and blended finance. So that's what we focus in creating the funds, how we can focus on SDG number 17's partnership. You cannot do blended finance, an innovative way, without involving the other stakeholders, philanthropy, people who already did it before, and they established their own organization, and they can have partnership to see how we can mobilize, how we can do become as a guarantor to mobilize more funding. The other also challenge I would like to express here and feed to our vision is how we can mobilize and unlock the private sector. That's important. We always want the private sector to participate, but are we creating the right environment? Are we identifying the bankable good projects? So that's also here come with the SDG number 9, how we can have innovative, how we can have innovation and blended finance to be able to also to create certain projects. The other one also I wanted to talk about, as you know, that's by UN data, and also we did our data with our member countries, we found that SDG number 9 has very significant low progress, which is cut across the whole SDGs. So we need to improve the infrastructure of that. We need to give the tool to the young generation, because I believe through our Transform Fund, when you give people the right tool to build sustainable future for their own environment, they do it with pride and honor, because you will fulfill their full potential, with dignity, and have prosperous future, because you already provide them with the right tool. And I noticed that with the young innovators, if they don't have the right funding or support, you break their soul. And then here you're finishing any form of innovation, any form of creating the right environment for the youth. So that's how I put it together, and to see how we can focus. And according to the need, of course, I mean, with the COVID and with the, with what's happening with catastrophe, with the least developed country, any natural disaster hit them very badly. So we need to be really aware and in the front line how we can help them to cope with the pandemic outcome.
Thank you, Dr. Hyatt. We've started talking about the challenges, which we will do. But if I could just go to Raja and just ask him to go back a little bit before talking about the challenges, to talk about the role that the regulators have in driving Islamic financial institutions moving towards SDGs. I was very struck, Raja, that you were talking about the regulations being issued by Bank Negara, for example. Do you think that is the way we're going to make speedy progress on this issue?
Yes, I think the nudge by the regulator that we're seeing in the market is essentially, driving most of institutions and as well as clients alike to expedite their transition into a more sustainable economy. And I can give you an example of this, and this sort of moves into the complications or the challenges part, is that in most of our conversations with clients, when we talk to them about why is it important for them to start looking at these SDGs, or essentially what is their ESG commitment and so on and so forth, the initial sort of feedback that we got was that this thing has taken us by surprise. We were not, we didn't realize the level of acceleration that it would take. Are you guys going to stop financing us, for example, was some of the feedback that we were getting. And and when we converse with them, and some of them think that this is an agenda by the financial institutions to make themselves look, to look greener than green or holier than thou. But we have to point them to the fact that one of the things which are going to be rolled out by the regulators in due course is what they call the climate-based taxonomy. And under the climate-based taxonomy, we are required to stress test for certain climate events. We are required to essentially denote our portfolios. What do they, what is the climate risk that that is inherently within that portfolio? So therefore, the question really goes back to the clients that we're talking about, is that you need to have a lens on this, because in the near future you could suffer access to capital if you don't start to look at this change. So I think in that respect, it is a joint effort between ourselves, the financial institution practitioners, as well as the regulators. But it's the fact that they are really pushing the agenda as helping accelerate the overall ecosystem.
Thank you. And so let us move on to, actually, I was going to say let us move on to challenges, but before we do, we are getting questions in, and there was a specific question for you, Raja, on is HSBC Amana using any scorecard for measuring the bank's performance, the financial portfolio and operations in regard to stability? So it might be worth just covering that off before we move on.
Okay, so scorecard-wise, in the initial days of value-based intermediation, there was a KPI scorecard that they had rolled out. It was not public; it was on a private basis. So that it was not subsequently followed up thereafter. It was a pilot case. Internally, at the moment now, we have, because we're in the early days of these discussions, so we have a number of matrices that we are looking at in terms of our carbon exposure to the portfolio. What is the proportion of the clients which are going to be affected by the whole transition risk, as we call it. We call it a transition risk questionnaire. But what we are going to do moving forward specifically is as I mentioned, the triple bottom line adherence that we're going to need to do. Now, whether we sort of measure the matrix in terms of what is the carbon footprint that our clients are engaged in is something that could be, in a 2.0. But what we are doing at the moment now really is dissecting the book. And when I say the book, I'm talking about the wholesale book as well as the retail book. And we are, we're attempting to essentially classify our exposure to be in compliance with the triple bottom line, which is people, prosperity, and the planet. So we're literally going through each and every exposure that we have on the wholesale side. What are the kind of financings that we're doing in the retail side, on the credit cards, on the personal loans, on the mortgage. And we are, we're basically looking at the profile of our borrowers. We are looking at the use of the proceeds of those borrowers in the attempt to essentially classify the total exposure to 51% to be in compliance with the triple bottom line.
Brilliant, thank you. And if you were looking at any sort of specific challenges that you're facing, are there any that you would particularly highlight?
I mean, in terms of the challenges, as I mentioned, it's a journey. It's a journey that we're ongoing now. A lot of, especially in this part of the world, agriculture is a big part of. Coal-fired power plants was pretty much, a big percentage of what we were doing. So that's obviously needs to move. So the whole transition discussion, the alternative energy discussion that we're having with various groups, but specifically, if I can point to, overall in terms of the onslaught of COVID, because I think, generally we were making significant progress in terms of aligning with the SDGs. But what we've seen is that, because of the effect of COVID, the number of people who are confronting hunger now has increased to about 270 million. Those who are facing, extreme poverty for the first time since 1997, the numbers have increased tremendously. We've lost approximately 245 million jobs. Gender equality is certainly one of the key risks that we're facing. And because of this, I mean, this is really going to, potentially affect the number of the SDGs in terms of compliance. For example, SDG 13, which requires us to take urgent action to combat climate change and its impact. SDG 14 and 15, which commits member states to conserve sustainable use of marine and terrestrial ecosystems. And SDG 1 and 2, which is essentially ending poverty in all forms everywhere and ending hunger. So, the list goes on, but essentially, I think, with the onslaught of COVID, a lot of the decisions have been put on the back burner. I mean, we've even undertaken an investor research, and this will probably segue slightly into the third topic, but it's, a lot of the focus from corporates have moved away from focusing on eradicating or, moving towards sustainable financing, because they're essentially trying to protect what's left of their business.
Thank you. Arshad, could I ask you to talk to us about the challenges that you have faced as you've been moving towards becoming an Islamic financial institution, and also looking at the SDGs that you will be supporting going forward? Are there sort of specific challenges that Islamic finance throws up for you, or is it the broader challenges that we've heard both Raja and Dr. Hayat talk about, whether that's COVID or climate change or transition?
Thank you, Fahmida. No specific challenges, but perhaps I can share with you conversations we've had when we decided to become a full-fledged Islamic development finance institution. And the question was fairly simple. Would an Islamic development finance institution be able to serve all the developmental needs of a country, in this case, Malaysia? I guess there was some concern that by becoming an Islamic DFI, we might not be able to serve certain sectors of the economy. And the response we gave was that, as everybody here knows, the list of sectors that Islamic finance cannot serve is a very short list. And we are therefore very confident that an Islamic development finance institution can serve all the developmental needs of the country. So that's the first point. As far as challenges are concerned, I would say one key challenge is convincing our customers the need to make this commitment to the sustainability agenda. From their perspective, it is a lot more work for them to comply with our requirements. But as I said earlier, financial institutions are powerful agents of change, and financial institutions must stay the course. And of course, there will be a lot of pushback, but if financial institutions stay the course, then I'm confident that collectively we can make that change that is very necessary in our respective jurisdictions. And each organization does not have to address all 17 SDGs. And this was a conversation we had with the World Bank as well. The first question was, do you want to focus on all 17 SDGs? And my response was, I really don't know what we should be focusing on. And we landed on a very practical solution, as I explained earlier. Today, we focus on only 5. We're currently, and we've been running our impact assessment framework for close to 2 years now, and it's due for a review. And as we go through the review, we will probably be adding 1 or at most 2 more SDGs that we would want to assess every time we grant financing. So that has been our approach to the sustainability agenda. And even if I do say so myself, it has been a good learning experience for us. But again, as I said earlier, there has to come a point in time when banks must draw the line, and banks have to tell customers that banks that are committed to the sustainability agenda will not fund projects that don't meet the minimum criteria or don't meet the minimum thresholds.
Thank you. Dr. Hyatt, before we move on to the opportunities, and I think we've begun to touch on them, there was a specific question that came in for you, which is, how can IDB support NGOs and humanitarian projects it says in water fields. I think it sort of means in water generally, and well-being. And I know that you've touched particularly on the well-being issue after the pandemic. But in terms of that sort of focus, is it, as Arshad has said, by saying, actually the institutions will say, well, these are the specific SDGs we will be supporting. And so if you have a water project, you go to a specific institution. Or would IDB actually say, we're supporting all 17 SDGs and we'll partner as necessary?
As I mentioned before, and thank you for the question, if there is, because we receive demands and we request, and we've seen that increase since the pandemic, especially with, just like when I talk about Transform Fund, this year we receive about more than 6,200 interests for funding resources for certain SDGs that come from the local entrepreneurs and the local innovators, because they're the best to address their own challenges. So for example, when we did open the call for innovation this year, we opened the call for innovation, even though we're addressing the 6 SDG, hunger, in education, water, renewable energy, infrastructure, and innovation and health. We focus that also in COVID-19 because of the demand. Especially now, we are focusing on the digital health for how we can find a solution for a low-cost diagnostic, and also building the infrastructure for a manufacturer for a vaccine.
Yeah.
Because the inequality for distribution for the vaccine, we need to do something. Of course, the drug company, they're not going to donate anything for free, but also we can tap to the local resources, we can tap to the global, we can identify global partner going to help our countries to build a good infrastructure, and also build the roadmap for investors to build the infrastructure for manufacturing of the vaccine. And that's we have now a new program we call IVAC, which is ISDB group for investment for vaccine manufacturing. And it's about another 1.4 billion. So far we have now 4.3 billion type of resources, blended finance and innovative finance, to help with the COVID-19 in terms of response and emergency, and also how to build the infrastructure and to help our SMEs, because a lot of SMEs been hit badly by the COVID. So here it also, as I mentioned before, we always committed to help our member country for the priority and demand, and we assess, of course, the situation and depend on the demand, and then we seek the right partner. Like, for example, we built a great fund. It's called the Muslim Philanthropy Fund with the UNICEF and Al Ghurair Foundation in Dubai, and also with the King Salman for Humanitarian, to help education for school. We are now partnering with the UNICEF to build 1,000 school in Sierra Leone to be connected to connectivity, because that's also, you need to give them another way for them to be educated. So it's organic, as Arshad mentioned, as Raja, but also we are here to help our member country as to be the frontier, and also promote a new initiative. Like when we call for innovation, we know diagnostic is important. Priority for Zodiac now is a huge conference. I was part of it last week in the IEA, where it's like the WHO, the World Animal Organization, World Health Organization, with IEA get together to have this great partnership to be able to prepare. We have to learn from what happened with COVID-19. We have to have a research and commitment to see how did we learn from, and how to prevent pathogen that can accelerate from animal to human, as that happened with the Zodiac. We learn from Ebola, we learn from the dengue, we learn from COVID, and Islamic Development Bank with so much also initiative to be able to help with this Zodiac, and as part of it is COVID-19. So that's, we need to be with the trend. We need to be always ahead, advance, because if we don't listen and learn from what happened, it will be not practical to be in the same position again and again and again. And it's just like, you need unlimited resources, and also we don't have that. So we need to really get the whole stakeholder. We need to get the scientists, we need to get the policymaker, we need to get the government, we need to get the philanthropy foundation all together. And as you know, by SDG in 2015, the whole member state of the United Nations put science, technology, and innovation at the heart of it to cope with the challenges that we have, of course, plus the financial contribution and business.
Thank you. And I mean, we're sort of running out of time a little bit, and so we'll have to wrap up shortly. But we've talked about the terrible challenges that COVID has created, but there has been an increased focus on the SDGs as a result of the inequalities that it's shown up, and there is clearly increased investor interest in the growth of ethical finance. Do you see opportunities coming out of that? Are you optimistic that by bringing in all of those partners, we're going to be able to make faster progress to try and counteract some of this, retrogressive steps that we've had as a result of COVID?
Thank you very much. Yes. Because Islamic finance built on fairness and principle of fairness and justice, it's opened so many pathways to stimulate economic activities and promote social welfare, financial inclusion, and share prosperity and poverty elevation. And we can see a lot of now institutions and countries seeking for Sharia finance. And Sharia finance generated, estimated for up to this year, 3 trillion resources, targeting 1.7 billion beneficiary. And because Islamic finance is asset forecast to reach this year by 2024, 3.69 trillion. So it's the fastest growing area of international finance. So I see a potential to focus on emerging markets, least developed and developing and developed nation, that can help them for the great. And that's just really a great way of getting really the formulate and embrace the right environment for innovation and for private sector. And I can see the potential here because of the requests we get and the demand. That's really, from the practical point of view, is a huge demand now for the Sharia compliance type of fund, because they can see that Islamic fund built in fairness and justice, and they can see it's an amazing way to have the whole financial inclusion and also attract other investors globally, regarding if they are member country or non-member country. We received that huge demand of people who wanted to understand more of Islamic finance. They want to implement Islamic finance. They want to have advisory board in their own organization, because they can see the huge potential of the fastest growing market and for the hopeful inclusion, and especially the emerging market and the least developing country market, where they see the potential for health, agriculture, education, as a great, if we have the right and allocate bankable project, and of course the global partners, the right global partners.
Thank you, Dr. Hayat. Raja, can I ask you, are you optimistic about the opportunities that this increased focus on the SDGs and ethical finance gives, particularly Islamic finance, particularly an organization like yours? We had a question in where one of our participants has said we need to improve the visibility around the value proposition of Islamic finance. What can we do as Islamic finance professionals to do that? I just wondered, are you optimistic? Do you think we're making faster progress going forward now?
Yes, I am extremely enthusiastic about the prospects and the opportunities. So much so that, in some of the client segments that we are currently discussing with, we're actually breaching into territory which was not done before. So, for example, we're speaking to a multinational now about converting. So this is as a result of the push by the institution to default all sustainable or SDG related financing transactions to the Islamic arm. So as a result of that, we are now engaging with multinationals not based in Malaysia who have limited or no understanding of Islamic finance, and we are then assisting in the propagation of Islamic finance to non-traditional borrowers in that sense. And also, I guess, in terms of the opportunities, I mean, the opportunities are there. People are looking for opportunities to be able to. I mean, when I say that they're looking for opportunities to sort of move up the value chain, people understanding why they need to do so. We have a really beautiful transaction that, if I may say beautiful, that we did with an oil and gas player just last year. So it's a sustainable linked financing for Yinsen, which is an oil and gas player. And they tied essentially the KPIs of their financing to their sustainability score. So this is, we're seeing players essentially who wouldn't even look at it, who are from industries which are on the peripheries of being able to raise financing. So I think that the opportunities are there. People are becoming more conscious. And I think just generally, I mean, we've seen what's happening globally with floods happening in Europe, in New York. We see the forest fires happening in Turkey and Greece. And so much is happening in terms of climate change, and if we don't address it, what's going to happen? So there's a lot of obviously things which are being brushed over, and we need to be very cognizant of that as we structure these products, and I think that the overall market is now focusing on some of these things. And I'm seeing also the non-traditional players coming into this space. We're seeing BlackRock, we're seeing Microsoft, Prudential, they're making commitments to looking at alternative financing. And we see that there's opportunities within these new technologies, such as carbon capture, carbon trading, aviation fuel. So things that, sectors which we wouldn't have looked at before are increasingly becoming important. So I think that the opportunities are there. And I think that Islamic finance is front and center to be able to support that. But if I just point back to what my esteemed colleague Arshad said, that we need to ask ourselves, are we doing enough, and ensure that we are doing enough.
Thank you. And Arshad, just moving on to you for our final contribution. Are you optimistic? Do you see many more opportunities coming out of this increased focus? And there's just a final question that I'd like you to link into that. we had a question about how we can integrate small farmers into Islamic finance. And is this, do we now have an opportunity to widen Islamic finance to perhaps the people who need it the most?
I'll answer the second question first. The bank I'm with is very much a wholesale bank, but that has not stopped us from doing exactly that. We have put together a financing program for small farmers in one of the largest states in the country. And how do we reach out to these farmers? We use technology, a digital platform. So again, going back to what Dr. Hayat was talking about, collaboration is very important. We know that we don't have all the infrastructure to do everything that we need to do everything that we can do, but with the right collaboration, we can still achieve what we need to achieve. So that's one. Going back to the main question, am I optimistic? Yes, I am optimistic. I'm also cynical. Of course, you need to have people who are cynical to keep everybody on their toes. Why am I cynical? And this is based on conversations I've had with people in your part of the world and in the UK and in Europe. I think some people don't think the financial institutions are doing enough. Now, that's not for me to sort of confirm or otherwise, but if there are people who see this as a real problem, then we need to keep reminding ourselves, we need to keep having these conversations at conferences of this nature. And hopefully I will be proven wrong. But I think we can all agree that whilst we can look at various organizations and look at the various initiatives that each of these organizations is undertaking, we have the examples from the Islamic Development Bank and HSBC. But when we look beyond some of these organizations, can we, hand to heart, say that the industry is doing what it needs to be doing? That's the question. And I think, if I may answer that question, perhaps not enough, not quickly enough.
Thank you, Arshad. And with that, I think probably rallying cry for what more we can do in the next 9 years before we come to 2030, by which time hopefully we will have achieved the SDGs. Can I thank our three speakers, so Raja, Amir, Dr. Hayat, Cindy, and Arshad Mohammed Ismail, for their thoughtful and fascinating responses to the discussion on what the practical challenges for Islamic finance and the SDGs are. Thank you very much, panelists, and I'd like to hand back to Omar.
Thank you so much, Famida, and to all of our esteemed panelists there. What a fascinating discussion. I think it's very, very clear examples have been provided and pragmatic insights of how Islamic financial institutions can integrate and engage with the SDGs. So thank you to all of the panelists. I think I'd really like to commend all of you. I mean, HSBC, first yourself, Raja Amir, in terms of issuing the very first SDG bond, but also the very first world's first SDG sukuk. I think you've taken a very brave approach with your triple bottom line there, Dr. Hayat, and the amazing work you've been doing at the ISDB, not only on the Transform Fund, you've created a whole Transform ecosystem around that fund, but also putting SDGs at the center of everything the Islamic Development Bank has done. And what people don't realize, that is actually pioneering across all multilateral development banks. The World Bank and others have not done as much on the SDGs as has the ISDB. So I think that's extremely commendable, and your colleagues, Dr. Zamir, issuing, and the Treasury team at ISDB issuing world's first benchmark sustainability sukuk issuances, and indeed, we're excited going forward that His New Excellency Dr. Al-Jasa will continue the good work you're doing there. So really excellent insights from there, Dr. Hayat. And Arshad, of course, yourself and the work of the Malaysian Development Bank is really fascinating, because I think what you've brought to the table is a very honest approach. That you've demonstrated the real practical challenges, and there's no harm in actually not knowing all the answers and actually figuring out collectively with the different partners. But the sustainability sukuk that you've done there as well is also been key, and your insights around convincing stakeholders, particularly the customers. I think a lot of us can learn a huge amount from that. And Famida, yourself, thanks so much for chairing it fantastically. Not only have you chaired the session amazingly well, but also your team and yourself. We've had many long conversations, and I know Norton Rose have got a well-recognized teams and leaders actually in advising clients in the sustainability and climate agenda, particularly around policy and regulation issues there. And indeed, your renewable energy team have done a lot of good work as well. So thanks so much. Famida, I know over the years we've talked about substance over form in Islamic finance here in London and the challenges within the industry. And I think this panel is a great example of all of you is a great example of that leadership. And if I can say, that enthusiasm, that commitment, that authenticity is absolutely great. There's a lovely quote from a chap called Robert Swan who said, "The greatest threat to our planet is that the belief that someone else will save it." And that's not going to happen. It's down to all of us. And it's down to individual action and collective action. And this panel has shown a great example of that. And I'd encourage all of our viewers, I hope like myself, are inspired, by this panel to take our actions within our own institutions that we all are involved with. So thank you once again to all of you. At the UKIFC, we will continue our action. We're looking forward to welcoming most of you, if not all of you, to join us at COP 26 in Glasgow, where we will continue the practical action that we can do from an advocacy point of view, which we're launching a high-level working group on green sukuk. So thank you once again to all of you, and that concludes the first session of today's summit. We now have a half an hour, or actually just 20 minutes break, and we'll resume at 11 a.m. in 20 minutes. It's 11 a.m. UK time, or 6 a.m. Eastern time for the Americans, 1 p.m. for those in the GCC, or 6 p.m. for those in Malaysia. So do please grab a coffee or some lunch, depending on where you are in the world, and we'll see you in the next 20 minutes for discussions on Islamic banking, Islamic investment, and the launch of our Green Sukuk report, and more. Thank you very much.
Today we live in a new world, a world where making the right choices has never been more important. Important for our families, our communities, and our planet. We need to make the right choices to help us build, grow, and thrive. Choices that allow us to invest in everybody's future. And today, finance isn't just about where you save or allocate your money. It's about commitment and continuity. It's about people and places, enterprise and ethics. Thinking beyond GDP and profit towards happiness, inclusiveness, and well-being. It's about finance with purpose. The Global Ethical Finance Initiative believes in using finance for positive change, enabling transparency and choice that facilitates a more sustainable, responsible, and stable financial system. A system that is both innovative and fair, that benefits the local and global community. We believe in the values of our environment and the worth of an individual's well-being, in enterprise that is ethical, in growing portfolios but not at any cost. We believe in profit with purpose and finance for positive change, and strive for system solutions to global problems. Founded in the historic city of Edinburgh, we draw inspiration from the Scottish Enlightenment figures who position Scotland as a leading centre of entrepreneurial spirit. Today, Scotland is home to accelerating startups and respected financial institutions. It is very much alive with innovators and creative thinkers, generating fresh ideas and new perspectives. At the Global Ethical Finance Initiative, we look outwardly to our partners from around the world, amplifying, collaborating, and inspiring, enabling us to harness this combined knowledge for the benefit of our network. And how do we do this? Through our key pillars of advocacy and building ecosystems, which together encourages and facilitates the cross-pollination of ideas that helps grow and develop both individuals and institutions. The advocacy of ethical finance is achieved by bringing people together, achieved via a series of world-leading events, both virtually and in person. Every year, our Ethical Finance Summit is attended by the world's foremost financial, political, and faith leaders. These experts dive into themes such as responsible investing, sustainable banking, inclusive growth, and rethinking capitalism, all aimed at ensuring that positive change is at the heart of our financial system. Change that supports targets such as the Paris Agreement and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Our award-winning discussion series, the Edinburgh Ethical Finance Roundtable, established in 2010, attracts stakeholders and thinkers from all walks of life, including asset managers, asset owners, banks, regulators, charities, universities, governments, and faith groups. People from across our network uniting to share perspectives committed to the development of a better world. We build ecosystems that encourage collaboration. Our pioneering work with the United Nations Development Programme helps drive private capital towards SDGs. And our 2-year programme is a journey focused on investment analysis and identifying market opportunities. The Edinburgh Declaration, the world's first interfaith collaboration on ethical finance, is a shared values framework that shines a light on common purposes and values, and can inform financial professionals and institutions on creating a values-based culture. And our Ethical Finance Hub campaigns for the positive influence that ethical finance can bring to Scotland through market campaigns and capacity building. At the Global Ethical Finance Initiative, we have an experienced team with an in-depth knowledge of finance, law, research, advisory, marketing and public relations, and event curation. Our journey has begun, and momentum is gathering. The case for ethical finance is beyond doubt, and with the help of our global network, we have developed award-winning initiatives, hosted world-class summits that have influenced policymakers and helped map the ethical finance landscape. We provide governments with research and advise banks and asset managers on how to invest responsibly and in line with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We are a founding stakeholder endorser of UN principles for responsible banking, and we help provide a platform for ethical finance that delivers profits with purpose. Our global community is growing, and we want you to be a part of it. Join us and make a difference.
Hello, everyone, and thanks for joining the second session of Islamic Finance Council's virtual summit on Islamic finance and the SDGs. My name is Richard de Belder, and I'm on the advisory board of Islamic Finance Council, and it's my pleasure to chair this session. Now, earlier in the first session, the focus was on the alignment of the principles that underpin Islamic finance with the SDGs. The challenge, of course, is putting the theory into practice. Doing this will involve change management over a wide spectrum of an organization's operations, and that in turn throws up a series of challenges such as how far should the change be downward driven from the top? How do you take your employees with you? Will your current customer base want what you are proposing, or will it take a degree of education? Or indeed, will you need to look for a new customer base? Now, in this session, we've got a range of leading practitioners who are going to talk about some of these practical issues, including the challenges and opportunities they have encountered. We start with a keynote speech by Dr. Sami Al-Suwailam, Director General with Islamic Development Bank Institute, and he's going to be discussing the integration of the SDGs into Islamic finance. ISDB has undertaken an extensive amount of work over a wide range of areas relating to the SDGs, and is rightly regarded as being one of the leading drivers in the Islamic finance sector in promoting the adoption of sustainability and the SDGs. So it's my pleasure to hand over to Dr. Sami Al-Suwailam.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I am honored today to participate in this August summit that addresses a crucial objective of Islamic economics, sustainable development. The Prophet ﷺ said, the most preferred to Allah of good deeds are regular and consistent ones, no matter how small they are. أحب العمل إلى الله أدومه وإن قل. This statement succinctly summarizes the Islamic approach to development: steady and consistent progress rather than quick and abrupt growth. Haste makes waste, as the saying goes. Sustainable economic progress requires sustaining resources and therefore economizing on them. We live in a finite world, and resources ultimately are depletable. So how to economize on resources? We obviously cannot economize by simply reducing the utilization of these resources. Instead, we should be using them to build new resources that outlive the existing ones once they are depleted. and then using the new resources to build yet additional ones to outlive them, and so on. In other words, sustainable development requires continuous efforts to build resources for the future. Although no single resource can live forever, this strategy helps to consistently create sustainable resources. And what is the most important resource on Earth? It is humans. Human capital is the most valuable asset in the economy. The best way, therefore, to sustain resources is to invest in human beings. This is why health and education are the most valuable long-term investments. Humans are the most creative and innovative creatures on Earth, and that is why they are the most productive. One important reason why we are facing environmental crises today is that we are taught that the primary objective of man is consumption, not long-term production. If you pick a microeconomics textbook, you will find that the objective of the economic man is to maximize the utility of consumption. This is very different from the objective of sustaining resources. Only under narrow and hypothetical conditions that the two perspectives might lead to the same outcome. But in a rich and complex world like the one in which we live, the two perspectives diverge much more often than they converge. When the objective of economic activity is to sustain resources, production takes priority over consumption because we have to build productive resources for the future. It is essential, therefore, to integrate sustainable development into mainstream economics. Believe it or not, there are today mainstream textbooks that question the size or extent of climate change and undermine the threat it poses to our existence. If the youth learn this in school, our battle against climate change will be a losing one. To win the battle, we must win the new generation who in a few years will be leaders in their societies and will therefore be able to make a lasting impact. Sorry. Economic textbooks should make sustaining resources the primary objective of economic man rather than selfish short-term consumption. And this brings us to Islamic finance. Islamic finance is not only a way of doing financing, it is a paradigm regarding how the economy works and how it should be managed. Take, for example, the prohibition of riba, a major principle of Islamic finance. The essence of Islamic finance is that finance must be integrated with the real economy. We cannot make money out of money. We must participate in trade or production to earn profits. Interest-based lending decouples financing from the real economy, leading to the self-multiplication of debt. As debt grows faster than wealth, the burden of debt services puts huge pressure on economic resources to catch up with the unbounded growth of debt. But this is a losing game because self-multiplication will necessarily outgrow the economy no matter how hard people work and no matter how fast they extract economic resources. This inevitably leads to crashes and depressions, resulting in yet another round of waste of resources. The prohibition of riba, therefore, is critical for sustaining economic resources. Islamic finance integrates universal moral values with economic activities. This integration is essential to achieve sustainable development and to overcome the climate crisis the world is facing today. To see this, we should note that the climate crisis has two dimensions, time dimension and space dimension. The time dimension extends over generations. The narrow perspective of giving substantial priority to the present over the future encourages us to forget about the future and enjoy the current moment. When each generation follows the same strategy, it is almost certain that humanity would not survive the climate crisis. This is where moral values come to play. If we care enough about future generations, then we must act now to save humanity. To care about future generations means to care about humanity, and to care about humanity means to care about oneself. The whole concept of sustainable development is based on the ability to see the future clear enough to plan and to sustain resources, not only for this generation, but for the coming generations as well. Moral values help to balance the present versus the future. The lack of this balance is a major factor behind the environmental threats humanity is facing today. The space dimension of sustainability is reflected in the collective action it requires. Curbing the climate crisis is a form of a prisoner's dilemma game, where cooperation is necessary to achieve optimal outcomes. However, there is always the incentive for the few to deviate from the group to win short-term gains at the expense of the community. But if everyone follows the same strategy, everyone loses. Moral values are necessary to control selfish motives and to balance self-interest versus group interest. So we can see why moral values are essential for optimal and sustainable economic performance. We have to remember that the earth was created for all mankind of all races and cultures. A threat to the environment is a threat to humanity as a whole. Saving humanity is a decent Islamic value. The Holy Quran says, وَمَنْ أَحْيَاهَا فَكَأَنَّمَا أَحْيَا النَّاسَ جَمِيعًا. And whoever saves a life is as though he had saved all mankind. Thank you for listening. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Well, that was a very interesting presentation by Dr. Sami. You made some good points there. I mean, underpinning Islamic finance, the moral values that are present in Islamic finance clearly, I think, are helpful in this balance that he talked about between the present needs and the needs of future generations. Moving on now, I think I'd like to introduce you to Nadeem Huq from Islamic Finance Council, who's going to be hosting a fireside chat with Sophie Kamkadze of UNDP Indonesia and Dwi Irianti of the Ministry of Finance Indonesia, who are going to provide their insights into the linkage between Islamic finance, green sukuk, and the SDGs. I'd also mention in passing that UNDP Indonesia and Islamic Finance Council is issuing a green sukuk report, which Nadeem will mention. And we at the Islamic Finance Council are hopeful that this will provide some interesting and invaluable insights into the green sukuk market. With that, let me hand you over to Nadeem.
Okay, welcome everyone. I'm delighted to host this fireside chat on behalf of UKIFC, covering the topic of green sukuk. I've been fortunate to be involved with UKIFC over a number of years, seeing their contribution to Islamic finance projects across the globe, from the UK to Southeast Asia, to Africa and the Middle East. Most recently, I've had the opportunity to be involved in supporting projects that have partnered with the UNDP, the United Nations Development Programme, in Indonesia, covering Green Sukuk. Our topic today links Green Sukuk to SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. And my guests today, Dewey Irianti and Sophie Kimkhadzi, will be providing their insights into Islamic finance, Green Sukuk, and the link to SDGs. The UKIFC and UNDP Indonesia are launching a report covering this very topic. And I'm sure you'll find today's discussion provides some valuable insights into the SDGs and particularly into Green Sukuk, where we'll see the success Indonesia has had in issuing Green Sukuk. So I'm going to start our chat firstly with Sophie, yourself. My opening question to you: how important do you see Islamic finance and particularly Green Sukuk in contributing towards the Sustainable Development Goals?
Good day, Nadim and Ibudwi, and thank you for inviting me to join this very interesting conversation today. Now, with regards to your question, you said it yourself, the SDGs is the most ambitious agenda that mankind has ever had. But with regards to SDGs, we are also hard-pressed for time and for funding. And the pandemic has only made this task of achieving SDG harder for all of us. Now, we are now less than 9 years away from 2030, and the UN estimates that we need up to $7 trillion per year to meet the agenda for sustainable development. Now, developing countries face an annual gap of $2.5 trillion pre-COVID, and the pandemic has only widened this massive funding gap, and it is around $4 trillion now. So here, Islamic finance offers the most viable solution, not just because of its vast capital, but also because its principles are strongly aligned with the core values of the Sustainable Development Goals. By 2024, the total value of Islamic finance is expected to reach $3.5 trillion, and it is expected to rise even further. Islamic finance offers a more sustainable financing system, and it is a good alternative source of financing for the SDGs. Green Sukuk here is a great example. Indonesia was the first country in the world to issue its first sovereign green Islamic bond back in 2018. And since then, over $3.9 billion have been mobilized towards climate action in Indonesia through 6 rounds of Green Sukuk investments. So you may say, so what? Why Green Sukuk matters so much? And the answer is very simple, because it allows to expand the fiscal space and to make more resources available for financing green projects, including green infrastructure initiatives. For example, from the Green Sukuk, we have supported the construction of the 600 kilometers of railway track. And we've also seen increase in the supply of clean electricity of more than 7 million kilowatt hours, and also improved solid waste management for 7 million households. These all are very concrete initiatives which are contributing to attainment of sustainable development goals, but also benefiting people and the planet. One other thing, Nadim, if you allow me to say, is that Green Sukuk, of course, is an important aspect of Islamic finance, but it is not the only instrument. For example, at UNDP, we have an excellent collaboration with BASNAS, the National Zakat Agency. And in Indonesia, we are the first country which managed to channel zakat funds for sustainable development goals. And I fondly remember my first visit to remote areas of Jambi, where we inaugurated microhydro, which was constructed with the support of zakat resources. So it is because of this that UNDP forged its partnership with the government of Indonesia and academia to set up country's first center of excellence on Islamic finance for the achievement of SDGs with Islamic Development Bank. And this is an exciting milestone, and it can unlock many more opportunities for SDGs financing for better communities across Indonesia.
Thank you. So Indonesia has been on a journey and has been a pioneer in issuing Green Sukuk. can you give us some context and provide us with some illustration on the success that Indonesia has had in issuing green sukuk?
Yeah, thank you, Nadine. Regarding your questions, since leading as the world's first sovereign green sukuk issuer in 2018, the government of Indonesia has raised over 3.9 billion US dollar from its 6
Well, as you can probably tell, we've had some technical gremlins, which has interrupted the broadcast, but I'm told reliably that it's been fixed and that we will be rejoining the session now.
Climate budget tagging is and the role of the UNDP.
Absolutely, Nadim. But before that, allow me to congratulate Ibudwi and colleagues in the Ministry of Finance with issuance of the SDG bonds. It's yet another huge milestone, and I'm very happy and honored that UNDP is partnering with the Ministry of Finance on this exciting journey. Well, if we look at the entire funding requirements in Indonesia to tackle climate change, it is $323 billion estimated. It's a huge amount, right? And considering the limited space, in the state budget, obviously, there is no second thought whether we should explore new and untapped means of financing. And this, of course, as I said, is becoming more and more pronounced now during COVID-19 pandemic. Well, this is where both climate budget tagging and then green bonds and green sukuk play an important role in supporting government's 2030 climate ambition. To answer your question, Nadim, about climate budget tagging, it's a tool. It's a tool for monitoring and tracking of climate-related expenditures in the national and subnational budgets also. It provides comprehensive data on climate-relevant spending, and it enables governments to make informed decisions and prioritize climate investments. This tool also allows for a more transparent evaluation of budget spending for climate change, which can be useful as the government addresses funding gaps. So climate budget tagging can also help unlock alternative financing instruments like green sukuk. And indeed, climate budget tagging was the first step which allowed Indonesia to issue successful green sukuk. Methodology for climate budget tagging in Indonesia was developed by the Ministry of Finance in partnership with UNDP. And we have also worked with the relevant ministries and line ministries to measure sustainability, as Ibudwi has mentioned, and also assess eligibility for green finance.
Thank you, Sophie. I think critically, CBT or climate budget tagging certainly appears to be the first step that was required to start this journey for Indonesia into issuing green sukuk. And I'm now going to go back across to you, Dwi, and to get some of your response on this journey. So the journey, as Sophie mentioned, it started with the partnership and the climate budget tagging process. But can we cover off maybe some of the other challenges that you faced? Can you provide to us some information? As Indonesia was the pioneer, the first to issue green sovereign sukuk, what were some of the challenges that Indonesia had to overcome in getting this project to be a success?
Okay, sure, Nadine. The successful issuance of our green sukuk was not without effort, of course. The journey was started back in 2016 with the budget tagging. This is a partnership with the UNDP. So that's why in this moment, I would like to extend high appreciations and thanks to UNDP for the strong, full commitment and full support to the government of Indonesia in preparing issuing green sukuk. With the budget tagging program, we try to identify government projects and programs in our state budget that can be classified into supporting climate change or green initiative. And the next step is in structuring and designing new instrument with green projects as underlying asset. And the decision was eventually to issue a global green sukuk instrument, as a green principles are very much aligned with Islamic principles. Simultaneously, we also preparing Indonesia green bond and green sukuk framework because once we issue green suko, then we need to develop what we call a green framework. After approximately a year in discussion and drafting, the framework then reviewed by an independent reviewer, which is Cicero from Norway, who assigned the framework with medium green shading. We were finally in the position to issue our inaugural green suko in 2018. The issuance was the first of its kind. No sovereign has ever tested the water before at the time. So there was a lot of discover and figure out whether it will be attractive enough for the investor or not. But alhamdulillah, gratefully, we had a very close engagement and intensive discussion with our banks who help us to communicate with the investor, and the banks provide sound advice. And eventually the response we received from investor was very satisfactory. Based on our experience, there are some challenges across the process. I can name it the need of unparalleled commitment, strong leadership, and coordination due to the long process required and the number of stakeholders involved. The second one, finding the right partners. That is very important. In our case, we received an assistant from UNDP, as I mentioned before, in budget taking process, and advice from the bank, and I can name it, it's HBC. From the very beginning, we decide to issue green suko as our green structuring advisor in developing the green framework. And lastly, appoint Cicero as a reviewer for the green framework. And the next, benchmarking against peers. That's very important as well. The need to develop green bond and green suko framework that meet guidelines, green standard by benchmarking to the sovereign green bond framework issued by other countries. In this case, we benchmark to Poland, France, and Fiji. And we need to have intensive communication and education to investors via roadshow and investor meetings. For the inaugural issuance of Green Suko, we visited not only our regular investor, but also green investor in key green centers such as Frankfurt and other cities in Europe. Thus, the roadshow team needs to have a reasonable understanding about climate change and green initiative. Lastly, continuous commitment and annual impact reporting. Every year, we have obligations to provide what we call a green impact report. We need to coordinate with line ministries that manage the green projects, developing indicators for monitoring and reporting, delivering outputs, and calculating projects' environmental impact, as well as appointing external auditor to provide assurance report. This extra step of transparency is highly regarded by investors, and therefore a lot of effort was spent in our in order to issue the report yearly. That's the challenge that we face, but everything we have done right, and alhamdulillah, the investor accepted all our impact report.
Thank you, Dwi. Yeah, that's quite a lot of challenges there that you've managed to cover there. It's really, I suppose, not unexpected, given that you were the first to issue a green sukuk and you started on a journey in partnership with UNDP. You had to overcome and develop a lot of things from scratch. It was great to see you talked about the climate budget taking process, establishing a new green framework, holding roadshows, to issuing something that had never been issued before. I'm sure the roadshows were a challenge as well. And you have this added aspect of assurance that's required, that sign off that was required from Cicero. So a lot of challenges there. And we're approaching towards the end of our time, but let's briefly touch, let's open this up a little bit to a question that either of you, Sophie or yourself, Dwi, can contribute. But you both mentioned the partnership role that both UNDP and Indonesia had. How did UNDP Indonesia and the Ministry of Finance work together? Is there certain aspects that you'd like to highlight of your partnership, of working together in this innovative project? Sophie, maybe I can have you start on that question.
With greatest pleasure, absolutely, Nadim. And indeed, it has been a mutually rewarding partnership. And we were privileged actually to be partners of the government in this super exciting journey. I have to say that UNDP was at its best when working with the Ministry of Finance on climate finance agenda. We managed to mobilize our team here in Indonesia, and I'm sure you know well about our innovative financing lab, which we established in Indonesia within UNDP as a co-creation space, to experiment and to develop these new instruments and new approaches for leveraging financing for sustainable development goals. But on top of that, we also mobilized and brought expertise from the region and from the headquarters of UNDP. So at the end of the day, we were able to provide a top-notch but locally rooted, strongly locally rooted expertise and experience to the government of Indonesia. Together with the government, we also adopted a hands-on approach and covered the entire spectrum of issues related to bond issues, right? From the pre-issuance stage until the data collection and the assurance processes. And Budwi has mentioned how important is, to keep an eye on all the processes throughout the entire cycle. And we also collaborated with the line ministries to improve project management and develop reporting systems. We've also formed effective partnerships with key stakeholders, both locally and also internationally, to optimize the support for Indonesia's green financing landscape. And finally, to ensure sustainability of this initiative, of course, capacity building, capacity development at all levels was very much in our focus. And we also supported government's campaign and advocacy through a series of global and national events.
Dwi, anything you'd like to reflect on in your partnership with UNDP?
Yeah, of course. My team, MOF team of ROI, actually collaborated on various activities with UNDP. And in the case of Green Suko, I think we have become a big team as a green team. So not only partnership, so what I can call it, UNDP team and MOF teams now is become a family, because when we partners with UNDP not only once and before issuance, but continue from the first we preparing and issuing Suko until we have to prepare our impact report. And you know that Indonesia continue issuing Suko every years. Now it's already 4 times in global market and 2 times in domestic market. And coming month, we will issue another retail green Suko. The various activities that we have done with UNDP, including development of the climate budget tagging mechanism since 2016, as I explained earlier. And the other is the mechanism enables the government to track and identify expenditures, projects that contribute toward climate change mitigation and adaptations in accordance with Indonesian climate target. And the success of CBT enables the government to identify the climate financing gap between the needed of available financial resource required for Indonesia to reach its climate ambitions. So as part of the collective effort to close this gap in 2018, the government of Indonesia continue its partnership with UNDP to develop a green financing instrument. And the result of our partnership, because we already provide a good report, all of the report we have published 3 times for now, and 3 impact report. All of them is audited report, and that's make sure and make confidence of our investor, especially green investor. It sounds by you see increasing the participation of green investor from 2018 and 2019. The green participant of green investors only 29%. But after we provide impact report that helped by the UNDP, the participation of investor increased to 34% in 2020 and 57% in 2021. So our partnership will of course continue, because we still continue issuing a green suku, and of course we have to provide impact report until all the green suku mature. And you know, in 2021 we issue not only in 5 tenor, but we lengthening the tenor until 30 years. So again, in this time, I would like to extend highly appreciation to UNDP through Sophie, of course, and Pak Didi here.
Thank you, Dwi. That was excellent. I particularly enjoyed that description. Like you said, it wasn't just a partnership, but actually a family that was pulled together. That was fantastic. Time is escaping us, unfortunately. It's been a fantastic conversation so far, but I think it's time to bring it to an end. And I'm going to ask very briefly for each of you to comment on what the future holds. What does Green Sukuk and what do you expect to see going forward?
Now, first of all, we are embarking in COVID recovery, right? And this is once in a generation, if I can say so, opportunity for us to restart development trajectory and to make it greener and more inclusive and more sustainable. Now, if anything, the pandemic has highlighted once again an urgent and critical need to unlock and leverage new and innovative sources of financing for climate, for SDGs. And again, examples like Green Sukuk, SDG bonds, this is an inspiration for all of us and also for other countries to pursue the same pathway. What Ibu Dwi has mentioned, actually, this is very important. What we see steady increase of the share of responsible investors, right? She was saying that when first the Green Sukuk was issued, only 29% of investors were green investors, and this is now up to 57%, and this is a remarkable increase, and this shows that global communities is more strongly committed for green recovery movement. And you know, only the sky is the limit here, right? Again, the journey continues. Green Sukuk is there. It is generating revenue stream for the government to tackle green development agenda. SDG bonds have been issued recently, yet another milestone, and we expect to see more and more success stories in the future. So let me conclude by saying that UNDP has been a proud partner of the Ministry of Finance in the preparation and issuance of Green Sukuk and other funding instruments, and we will continue to provide our technical assistance and capacity building as we work together for delivering Indonesia's climate change response. And as I said, you know, this is an inspiring example for Indonesia and also around the world to get inspiration from this experience from Indonesia in accelerating climate action and sustainable development by leveraging Islamic finance. So thank you so much to the Ministry of Finance for the excellent partnership, and thank you, Nadine, for this good conversation today.
Thank you, Sophie. Excellent. Some very positive comments there, and you're absolutely right on the way to go forward. And I'll just hand over to you. Any final comments from yourself on the way forward and future for Green Sukuk?
Yes. Yes, Nadim, thank you. Of course, as I mentioned that government of Indonesia is highly committed in to decrease our climate change, to decrease the carbon emissions as our commitment through 29% in 2030 by our business as usual, and by subsidize or through international, we commit to 41%. Of course, we will continue to find the innovative and creative financings.
Thank you, Dwi. That was, well, unfortunately, we have run out of time, but that was an enlightening and envisioning talk. It was great to have the contributions from you both. Many thanks for your time today. And with that, we'll bring this fireside chat to a close. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sophie. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Well, thanks very much indeed, Nadim, Sophie and Dwi. That was very interesting. I think the point that was made throughout that discussion was, the SDGs encourage partnerships and collaboration. And it's very clear that the UNDP and the Republic of Indonesia have a very strong and ongoing relationship, which has produced the results that it has. I think Sophie made an interesting point about zakat funds being something that we need to look at in terms of sustainability financing in the Islamic finance space. And Dwi, I think, made an important point when she said this only was achieved through total commitment by a whole range of government ministries in order to produce the initial 2018 Green Sukuk. Now we're going to move on, and we're going to be hearing from two leading and very well respected Islamic finance bankers. There'll be Charles Snape, the CEO of Gatehouse Bank, a Sharia compliant bank in the UK, and also Rafi Hanif, Group Transaction Banking and Group Chief Sustainability Officer of the CIMB Group, which is operating in the ASEAN region. They're going to be discussing the journey that an Islamic finance bank will need to make in order to become sustainable, and we'll also be looking at the principles for responsible banking. So with that, let me hand over to Charles and Rafi.
Many thanks for the introduction, and speaking on behalf of Rafi and myself, I'm sure we're delighted to take part in this conversation. And I'll start off really, I think, myself by asking Rafi. I mean, Rafi, you're very different from Gatehouse Bank in that your bank is very large. You've done a huge amount of work in this particular area. And I just wondered if you had any advice from your experience for a smaller bank like ours that's starting out on this journey.
Thank you, Charles. I'm really delighted to be in this discussion. So as you highlighted, CIMB as a bank with footprints in ASEAN, we have presence in 4 core markets and 11 non-core markets. We are cut across various segments, across retail, commercial banking, and wholesale banking. And many of those segments have some negative impacts to the environment and other ESG factors. So what we have done over the years, we started the journey in 2017, where we realized that, look, we need to have sustainability as a core strategy. And how do we make sure that the entire bank is aligned with that strategy and move towards achieving that sustainability targets? So what we did was we started the process, the journey, by engaging with relevant stakeholders. I thought, we thought we should actually hear the response from our stakeholders, including our shareholders, regulators, our customers, our employees, and also the relevant NGOs. And from those discussions and engagements, we were able to derive about 14 material topics across equality, climate change, and other challenges. And we then map that out to the SDGs, the 17 SDGs. And then we chose a few SDGs, for example, like reducing poverty, good health and well-being, and quality education, and so on. So once we have done the material topics after the engagement, and then link it with the UN SDGs, we were able to then derive our targets. And these targets, we then map it to our own countries' targets under the Paris Agreement, the NDCs, nationally determined contributions. So once we've got that roadmap, what we mean by sustainability, what are the material topics and the targets, we then set to create the targets. For example, we say the positive impact side, these are the 10 areas that we need to create the impact. For example, we would say out of the total financing that we have, a certain percentage should be driven towards sustainable finance. So it could be across consumer finance, it could be across commercial banking, and so on. And every year we track the progress. So we publicize the targets, what would be the amount of what we call sustainable finance or positive impact finance. Second one is what is our own emissions, what we call scope 1 and scope 2 emissions, which we call operational emission. So we would have a certain target by 2034, we will be publishing it soon, that this would be our target. Some banks have created what they call or published net zero operational emission targets. That's the second one. The third one is our scope 3 emission targets, the emissions coming from our financing. That one would be a longer tenor because it's a lot more complex, trying to figure out what is the extent and how are we going to mitigate, reduce, and avoid it. And also CSR. We are linking sustainability and CSR as part and parcel of sustainability. Given that we are looking at how we can promote more good and reduce harm, we have to make sure that not only our businesses are aligned, but also our CSR activities. So we have targets across how much we will contribute from our PBT and how much volunteering hours we will commit per employee. All that will be clearly tracked, and we will publish it in our annual sustainability report. And we have what we call a group sustainability council that meets every month to track the progress, just like we will do tracking the progress on the revenue side, on the cost side, on the PBT side. So it's very much the center of doing business within CIMB.
Excellent.
And Charles, as coming from Gatehouse Bank, I want to find out how has the journey been for Gatehouse Bank as a signatory to PRB during the past couple of years, and how have your stakeholders, particularly shareholders and board, responded to this great effort?
Yeah, well, thanks, Raf, and it's great to hear the progress that you guys are making, and it's something we can also learn from as well. So I really appreciate that. I mean, we were founder signatories to the PRB in 2019, and we're also, thanks to the help of GEFI, we're also sponsors and chair of the reporting principles working group as well, which is really important to measure consistently across all participants. We found it really interesting. So obviously we're a smaller bank, but we are a Sharia compliant bank. So our ethical nature chimes really well with the whole kind of sustainability concepts. So we started off, we had lots of conversations with staff, we had conversations with the board, shareholders alike. And really we came up, not dissimilar to what you're doing, we're measuring scope 1 and 2, we're about to measure scope 3 as well. So initially our aim was to become obviously net neutral, on carbon emissions. So we measured our own emissions, and we were pleased to say that by the end of this year, we will be in a net neutral position, which we're delighted about that. And as you said, we're now moving on to scope 3, much more difficult, but how can we actually help and encourage our clients to be more sustainable in their approach to the environment? So we've already started that. So on our deposit taking activity, our savings, we launched Green Saver accounts, where obviously we plant trees in the UK on behalf of our clients, and the clients get the benefit of the carbon offset, not the bank. So it's not just to utilize for ourselves, it's for the clients as well. We've planted over 7,000 trees this year in the UK, which is a really good start. And now obviously we're planning and targeting the scope 3. And for us, that's really about our home financing business predominantly. That's our core business. So the Sharia equivalent of mortgages. And what we're looking is working with clients to encourage them through products to actually make their homes greener, make the heating systems more efficient. All that we'll be doing during the remainder of 2021 and into 2022. So I think we're on a good journey. Our shareholders think it's a fantastic, they support it thoroughly. Our shareholders are Middle Eastern shareholders, even though we're a UK bank. So we've got a breadth of opinion, a breadth of diversity across the world, really, which is quite good for a small bank. So we're going to continue that at pace and measure targets as you've described. And I'm quite sure we'll be looking at you guys in the rear view mirror to make sure we're actually making use of your best practice, which I'm sure you won't mind.
Excellent. So I think, delighted to hear about the excellent progress being made by Gatehouse Bank. And one of the things we have found, you have joined, you are a founding signatory to UNPRB. If you remember, we were one of the founding signatories. There were 132 founding signatories at that time.
That's right.
And the current numbers of signatories has grown to about 240 across 69 countries and over $60 trillion in assets under management. And what we found is that only 5 Islamic players within the 240 signatories. And we have more than few hundred Islamic banks and financial institutions today. So what is stopping Islamic banks to be part of this exciting journey towards becoming a sustainable bank? And being in Gatehouse Bank, being a fully Sharia compliant bank, was the journey a lot easier compared to other banks who are in a similar position?
I think it's difficult to say. I think the reason why we were keen to be founder signatories was that we thought it just chimed absolutely consistently with our ethics and our background and our way of doing business. It's so similar. That's why I think we need to make between ourselves as Islamic institutions, we need to keep promoting as we're doing now and bring the benefits and the kind of almost like camaraderie-ship of this organization to other Islamic finance banking institutions. So I would expect and hope to see a lot more join this group in due course. I'm sure you must see it very consistent with your ethics and your principles. Would that be correct?
Absolutely. So what we found is that when we embarked on this journey, I was the CEO of CIMB Islamic at that time, and Bank Negara Malaysia has just launched the value-based intermediation. And we were one of what we call these founding members, what we call the community of practitioners. So CIMB Islamic was one of the founding members, and it was very much aligned with the sustainability ambition. And we thought that if it's good for Islamic Bank, surely it should be good for the group. So through the Islamic banking angle and with the patronage and support of Bank Negara, we brought this sustainability ambition towards the group, and the group really embraced it wholeheartedly back in 2017 and 2018. We spent the time to come up with the framework, and from 2019 we have actually joined the UNEP-FI, became a member of the UNPRB. So there was complete alignment between the board of the group as well as the Islamic board. Now what we have seen is that when we approach the Islamic banks, many of them have they are in the comfort zone that we are already Sharia compliant. And good thing about being a Sharia compliant bank is that you already have a Sharia framework that caters for what we call the negative impacts. So if you're an Islamic
but not
bank,
necessarily sustainable. Not necessarily sustainable.
Absolutely, right? So the shift from being what we call negative impact focus towards actually both positive impact as well as a broader negative impact, I think has not fully registered with the Islamic banks.
I think it will. And I think we're delighted, of course, that we're hosting COP26 in Glasgow this year. In fact, very soon. And I think that will have a lot of government focus, as it already has. And I think certainly within the UK, that will continue, I think, to promote the benefits of other banks joining, certainly in the UK, this journey and being more formal. So I think I think the problem with some of our UK banks is they, in their own minds, they believe they are moving down this journey, but doing it in a silo. The important thing, I think, is that we all share the kind of the ups and downs of the journey and learn from it, really, from each other, because there's so many different types of banks participating and other institutions. I mean, you guys invest in forests and the like already, don't you? You have big portfolios.
Yeah. So what we have done is that when we look at our framework, first thing we need to do is do no harm. That is the philosophy behind that framework. And the second one is do more good. And if you look at it, this is the very essence of Islamic banking, right? When you start Islamic banking, the first thing they teach you is that Islamic banking is aligned with Maqasid al-Sharia. And if you just translate it in English, Maqasid means, is basically the literal translation is the true intent of the lawgiver. So when the law was given, the revealed law, it has a purpose, and that purpose is to preserve what God has created. And that preservation is driven by humans' responsibility as what we call the Khalifa, or the steward for the planet. So as stewards, we have to ensure that not only we consume responsibly, but we have to make sure that we promote good and reduce harm. So this is how Islamic banking has been, growing over the years, or focusing over the years. But I think where we are lacking as Islamic banks is that we, as you rightly pointed out, we don't go beyond the original scope of Maqasid. If you look at it, this Maqasid philosophy was developed back in the 12th century by a prominent scholar called Al-Ghazali, where he looked at, from his viewpoint at that time, where he said that, look, we need to make sure there is no harm created and more benefit being generated in these 5 areas across religion, life, lineage, intellect, and property. Of course, he didn't cover environment, but life and property is linked to the environment. So you can expand it. And that's where I think we have not really expanded. And being part of UNEP-FI and being, a signatory to UNPRB, I genuinely think will help tremendously. It will really, really help Islamic banks to broaden their own maqasid, so that, they can be part of this exciting journey.
Yeah, no, totally agree, Rafi. Yeah, I mean, for us in particular, the journey we're on, the really challenging stage is coming up, and that is, how do we have a trajectory towards net zero? I know net neutral, fine, we're pretty much there now. Net zero, much more difficult. So we're building our plans at the moment and the targets around that. And obviously, we can only do that if we have an influential impact on our customers. That's really, by ourselves can't do it. It has to be through our customers. And actually, we've got a lot more communication to do with customers over the next year or so. We really need to, increase the proactivity with customers. I think more and more, I can only speak really for the UK. UK customers are increasingly aware of organizations' treatment of the planet, increasingly, and they're more and more concerned about the products that we produce. Do they harm or do they help the environment? And I think that's really where the challenge is coming up. It's a fascinating challenge, but that's really that's the hard bit. But I think we're all really keen to get to that point. It'll take several years to get to net zero, obviously, as it will for the whole economy. But yeah, so we're looking forward to that journey, really.
So we, after setting up the framework and the targets, we basically started by pointing out to ourselves that we need to walk the talk. So before we tell our customers, engage our customers to reduce their own negative impact and promote positive impact, we said we must reduce the negative impact. So we, as you rightly pointed out, we started measuring our own scope 1 and scope 2. How much electricity we use, water we consume, paper that we recycle, and the travels, the business travels, all that is being measured. And we need to make sure we avoid some of the leakages, excesses. We reduce by going into more energy efficient solutions and renewable energy. And to the extent that we're not able to avoid or reduce, we will find carbon offsets. So these are the 3-pronged strategy we have in terms of reducing our scope 1 and scope 2. And then for our own customers, we have categorized them into prohibited sectors, like what Islamic banking has done. These sectors we will not finance, period. And then we have high-risk sectors. forestry, coal, oil and gas, mining, and so on, where we have certain criteria. If you meet those criteria, then we will finance. Like coal, for example, we are exiting.
Yeah.
And there are certain, like palm oil, we will only finance if they have NDPE, no deforestation, peat and exploitation commitments, and they are certified, either RSPO or locally MSPO.
That's good.
And that will have to go through what we call the enhanced sustainability due diligence. So there's a process, which is very similar to Islamic banking, right? You have the Sharia process. You look at the purpose of financing, right?
Exactly.
And the nature of the
prohibited
business
areas,
itself,
exactly.
prohibited areas, and so on.
Yeah.
So it's very aligned with Islamic banking, but it's much broader.
Exactly.
So by having this, we are able to quantify. This is the extent of exposure we will have in certain high-risk sectors. And year on year, we're going to reduce that. At the same time, we need to make sure our portfolio doesn't get reduced over time. We need to build the bank. So we are making sure that we go into positive impact sectors like circular economy, renewable energy, and so on.
Cool, yeah. One of the interesting things is that as you measure, and we all measure, you know, the improvement in our footprint. I mean, you mentioned the business travel. In our kind of industries, historically, there's been a huge amount of business travel worldwide. Now, obviously, during the pandemic, that's been suppressed because people couldn't travel. So it's really measuring 2019 with 2021. You know, it would be a mistake. I think, you can't use 2020 or late 2019 as the benchmark. You know, it's a kind of, that was an artificial thing. So I think the main thing is we are measuring realistically, you know, on the trends. But I think, you know, I think what this is doing, it will naturally, I think, almost like force institutions to reevaluate how they do business to some extent. So, you know, we do these Teams calls, you know, Zoom calls, so they're great, and the footprint is really, really small, but there has to be some face-to-face interaction. That's how humans operate, really. So it's finding out the right blend, I think. It will be interesting going forward, and hopefully people don't have short memories and rush back to international travel too frequently. And I think that's our job, isn't it? In businesses, as business leaders, to lead by example and to make sure that our staff are really only traveling long distance when absolutely necessary.
I think once you have got the target, so the moment we go for, like for us, we have what we call the net zero operational emission target that goes beyond carbon. We look at entire GHG emissions. So that would mean, since we have a target, we need to reduce. So either we reduce our travels or reduce the floor space, create more efficiency, and look at ways of, you know, using renewable energy. So I think since we have put in the target, we have to be more circumscribed in terms of how we use the available credit in terms of GHG that we can utilize during the year. Now, in terms of your own experience at Gatehouse Bank, how has been the reception among your customers when you go out and engage with them, saying that, look, you have joined the PRB movement and you are advocating to your customers? Has the reception been positive?
Well, very positive, yeah. I mean, basically, we did a survey of our savings customers. I mean, this was, you know, just as we were launching our green saver account, you know, where we offset the footprint of ourselves into forests. I mean, over 80% of customers thought that was extremely positive, and it influenced their decision in coming to us. Because as elsewhere in the world, in the UK, there's huge competition for savings balances, deposit account holders, huge competition. And actually, what is interesting is that, you know, the independent survey we did showed that the green credentials of what we were trying to do was a positive influencer in their decision as to where to place their deposits. So that's a really encouraging trend. So, you know, customers will keep their own institutions honest as well as we're trying to do it ourselves. There's nothing more powerful than the customer voting with their feet. And so I think we're seeing increasingly customers asking us questions at the time they do deals with us. What is our philosophy around this? How do we prove that we are carbon neutral if we say we are? So we, as I'm sure you will have done similar things. we used an independent, the Carbon Trust, which is in the UK, which is an independent body, which validated our own statistics on our footprint. And we've started to publish those, broadly in our annual accounts on our website, so people can see them as much as possible. But I think increasingly, and as the younger generations are coming through and looking for financial products, they are increasingly being very critical of what institutions are doing. And I think a combination of that, plus our positive, activity, will make a huge difference. I really do think it is. I think we're almost at a bit of a pivot point actually now, where my sort of generation who are buying products years ago, it was all about what's the cheapest product, what's the best value. Now it's got to be good value, but it's also got to have the right kind of ethos around it as well. And the more we can perpetuate that, the better, really.
Even when you buy a ticket now, some airlines clearly provide that you can offset your carbon emissions by contributing to a particular conservation cause. I think what's really interesting is that if you can showcase how being sustainable, which is aligned with Sharia compliance, has helped Gatehouse Bank to flourish in the UK market, if there's a clear case study,
that's right.
That could help a lot of the Islamic banks who are indecisive whether to be on this journey, because I genuinely think it's an exciting journey, which is going to be in the medium to long run, benefit the Islamic banks tremendously.
That's right.
And these case studies need to be showcased with the organizations in those regions. For example, Sibafi, which has got a significant influence in the Middle East, and RFI, Responsible Finance Institute Foundation, that could promote these, what we call Islamic banks, to join these movements and then come up with their own commitments, targets, and then be part of this change, the global change towards sustainability.
Yeah.
Do you see, sorry, go ahead.
No, so Rafi, does your board take a very proactive interest in what you're doing? Yeah,
so
and
we have
support it?
a sustainability champion in all the boards.
Okay.
For example, the group board, one of the board members is a sustainability champion. Same goes for the bank board. And we also have what we call a board sustainability committee, just like you have board audit committee and board, what we call this compliance and risk committee. We have a board sustainability committee. So it's all management level as well as the board level. There's complete alignment and governance. Yeah.
Excellent.
So that has really helped us to flourish in this space.
Absolutely. No, it's great. And actually, I really applaud what you guys are doing. And, I think, going forward, there's a lot we can learn. I think, as we said, if we can encourage other Islamic and non-Islamic institutions to join, I think it'll just have an even more powerful voice, across the world. So I think we probably have to wrap up now. But I think it's been delightful to talk to you, Rafi. And we are learning a lot from what you guys are doing. And we're out there pushing ourselves as hard as we can into this area as well. So
though we have put in a lot of effort, we are still at an early stage.
Yeah,
there's a lot more work to be done, particularly complying with the disclosure under TCFD, and coming up with the what we call transition risk and physical risk analysis.
Yeah.
So it's still a long journey, but I think we are heading in the right direction.
Yeah.
And we hope many others will join us.
Exactly. Great to talk to you anyway, and
thank you, Charles.
All the very best. Thank you.
Thank you. Same to you.
Well, great thanks there to Charles and Rafi. Really interesting discussion there. I think Rafi made an interesting point that many Islamic banks are stuck in a comfort zone of just doing the negative checks rather than the positives. And I think what also came through from that discussion was what Charles mentioned, was that Islamic banks that are thinking of going into this area shouldn't really work in the sense of being in a silo. They should reach out and learn from other banks that have started on this journey to help them progress. And I think that you can tell from the rapport between Charles and Rafi, I think they're both learning from each other's experiences. And moving on, The next session is going to be chaired by Natalie Jackson from the Global Ethical Finance Initiative in Scotland. And we're going to be looking now at Sharia compliant asset management organizations and how they can integrate ESG and SDGs into their operations. The session members are going to be Najmuddin Muhammad Lutfi, the CEO of BIMB Investment Management in Malaysia, and Nadako Mijindadi from Lotus Capital in Nigeria. So let me now hand you over to Natalie.
So thank you, Richard, and hello, everyone. I'm Natalie Jackson from the Global Ethical Finance Initiative, and it's a pleasure to be joined here today by two great guests, Najmuddin, who's CEO of BIMB Investment, and Nadeko, Head of Investment and Research from Lotus Capital. And we're discussing the topic of integrating ESG and the SDGs in Islamic asset management. So the UN SDGs provide a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet, now and into the future. They recognize that ending poverty and other deprivations must go hand in hand with strategies that improve health and education, reduce inequality, and spur economic growth, all while tackling climate change and working to preserve our oceans and forests. We've seen engagement by Islamic finance institutions with ESG and SDGs through different products, as well as United Nations initiatives, such as the Principles for Responsible Investment and the Principles for Responsible Banking. Both Islamic finance and the SDGs strive to have a positive impact on society. The Islamic principles of stewardship, fair play, and shared prosperity are aligned well with the SDGs. So now I'll hand over to our guests to hear more about their work. Firstly, I welcome thoughts on your experiences of integrating ESG and the SDGs in Islamic asset management. So let's hear from Najmuddin first. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Natalie. It's a great pleasure to be in today's session, and we'll be happy to share our experience in integrating ESG and sustainability in our Sharia investment process. Before that, I'd just like to share with everyone BIMB investment journey. How did we get started in ESG investing and integrating with Sharia? Let me just share it with you a presentation slide. So we started back in 1993 as a full-fledged Sharia fund management company, full-fledged Islamic asset management company. So over the years, we've just been focusing on Sharia investing, from 1993 to 2013. But in 2015, we decided to explore ESG and sustainability and how we'll be able to integrate in our Sharia investment process. And in 2015, I think there's also encouragement from the regulators in Malaysia, particularly the Securities Commission as well as the central bank. There were already active discussion on sustainability and ESG. That provide, in a way, the support, for fund manager like us to look at sustainability. And we are fortunate that we're able to engage with Arabesque Partners. That's a UK-based asset manager, and we realized that Arabesque Asset Management or Arabesque Partners actually have the leadership when it comes to sustainability and ESG. I'm sure many have heard about Arabesque S-Ray, which is an ESG screening tool. So back in 2015, so when we engaged with Arabesque and they have the capabilities of assessing securities, companies looking from the ESG lens, and we realized that we're able to integrate in our already existing Sharia investment process. And we formed a partnership back in 2015. And from that partnership, we launched the first global Sharia ESG equity in Malaysia. And that particular fund now, it's been around for more than 5 years. And from then on, we have been in partnership with Arabesque ever since 2015. And since then, we've launched the world first global ESG Sukuk fund, which now is also the largest global sukuk in Malaysia. And we've launched an Asia Pacific equity ESG Sharia fund and also Malaysia. And just recently, we launched another global Sharia ESG fund. So in total, we have about 7 ESG funds today. So we are very clear about the positioning of our company, our fund management company, that we want to be we are very conscious and we are very clear that we will continue to integrate ESG in our ESG screening in our investment process, which is also why back in 2019 we also signed the United Nations backed Principle for Responsible Investing, UNPRI.
Fantastic. That's great to hear, and amazing to hear that you've launched the world's first of many things or for the region, and that's fantastic. So over to you, Nadeko, in terms of your thoughts and Lotus Capital around integrating ESG and the SDGs into your business and products.
Right. Thank you, Natalie. It's definitely a pleasure to be on this panel and to be participating in the event. Even by way of a background for Lotus Capital. Lotus Capital is primarily an asset management company. We've been operating since 2006 in Nigeria, providing share compliant asset management services. Now, at the time that we started in this market, the concept of Islamic finance was, if I can use the word, not very well known, if I can use that word. So we did a lot of work in trying to promote Islamic finance as a concept, get adoption by regulators as well as customer bases for Islamic finance products. What we did find was that there was a good reception for these services because the population as well as the economy was very receptive to the concept that aligned with improving financial inclusion, in promoting economic growth, being a developing market like ours. So what we did was start out with a mutual fund in about 2008. And that was the first non-interest is the word that we use for Islamic finance. So that was the first Islamic finance or Islamic mutual fund in our market. The offer was hugely successful. And part of the reasons was that there were a number of people who had not participated in the formal conventional or formal financial markets because of concerns around faith and inclusion. And when they saw this product, they engaged with the market for the very first time. So we're talking about people who never had a bank account, people who never had a custodial arrangement, people who didn't have insurance services, and they were coming in through the markets through the asset management windows. On the back of this, we tried to increase the amount of products that were in our market. We worked very closely with the stock exchange, the Nigerian Stock Exchange, to develop the first Islamic index in this market. Thankfully, from the screening exercise that we conducted, most of the companies that came into the index about 2012 were companies that produce annual sustainability reports. In terms of this spread, industry spread, we had companies that were in the telecommunication sector, companies that were in the industrial goods sector. And in terms of size, these companies constituted about 50 or more than 50% of our index coverage in terms of market capitalization. So that helped us, begin to see some appreciation for sustainability reporting within the Islamic finance space. Further to that, sometime around 2016 or 2013, actually, what we saw was that there was a lot of investor appetite toward more fixed income type of investments. And so what we did was work with the state governments, the municipalities at the time, to try and encourage them to adopt Islamic finance for social products. So the first sukuk that was issued in Nigeria, which we advised on, was used to construct school buildings. If you follow the story of our market, you'll know that in terms of education were considered to have one of the highest levels of out-of-school children, somewhere around 10 million in sub-Saharan Africa. So the provision of educational facilities was very novel. This sukuk was used to construct about 11 schools across the southwestern region, and it led the regulator at the time to develop Sukuk focused rules. Because we had the funds that we have garnered via the asset management business, we're able to get investors into the Sukuk program. The Sukuk and its impact when the schools were eventually constructed, and we began to see the higher numbers of attendance within the schools, we saw increased interest from the sovereign, and that's the Nigerian federal government, in Sukuk issuance because of the nature of infrastructure financing that it can achieve. So what we did was advise the government at the time to use Sukuk to construct roads across 6 geopolitical zones. Now, the way the country is structured across various regions, and some of these regions are highly dispersed in terms of geographical locations. The road networks, the bridge networks are very critical in connecting major cities, in enhancing trade, and obviously in raising economic prosperity. So they bought into this idea of having Sukuk. They issued the first Sukuk. They constructed about 35 major road projects across the country, and the uptake was quite good. Subsequent to that, in 2018 and 2020, they continued on the back of this to provide additional infrastructure. At the last count, they had constructed over 44 roads using Sukuk, just to try and bridge the infrastructure gap that we have. Because the Sukuk was successful in the asset management business for Islamic finance, actually, we saw that when we started this journey, we had about the one asset management fund that was skewed towards Islamic finance, but now we have about 10. Importantly, about seven of those happened in the last 3 to 5 years. And the reason that we attribute this to is the conventional space began to see how investors were appreciating the benefits of Islamic finance, not just in terms of returns from the funds that were being generated, but in terms of how the assets were being utilized and the amount of impact that it was having in the economy. And so those investors began to engage more closely with the conventional financial institutions, and they started developing Islamic funds. So this is a strategy that we think is going to continue to drive growth in our market. We're beginning to see pension funds also beginning to adopt Islamic asset management practices. And that started as recently as the middle of this year. So we're very hopeful that will be a big growth driver in our market.
Yeah, fantastic. It sounds like you're doing great work with the Sukuks. Really good to hear. So to talk about then Islamic finance and the principles, Nadeko, you mentioned kind of financial inclusion and things like that. Welcome thoughts around the alignment between Islamic finance and the principles and the sustainable development goals. So Najmuddin, if you could comment on that first, and just welcome both of your thoughts.
The notion of sustainable development is considered as a response to the human need to balance environmental protection, with a social economic development. SDGs investing and Islamic finance focuses on their impact on society and may converge with each other. The main focus of Islamic social finance is to eliminate poverty and do welfare for the humanity that are perfectly matched with the aim of SDGs. Innovations in the use of Islamic financial instruments can go a long way in supporting the SDGs. The areas where Islamic finance can maximize its contribution to the development of, for example, like zakat and waqf. It's like, giving and endowments. Sukuk financing, for example, green sukuk, sukuk for financing solar energy and so forth, and also social microfinancing. Malaysia has demonstrated leadership in establishing the enabling environment for Islamic socially responsible investing, or SRI, and green finance that are in line with SDGs. Over the years, Malaysia has introduced several initiatives on sustainable finance to support the green agenda. In 2014, the Securities Commission formulated Malaysia's social responsible investment Sukuk framework, under which Malaysia issued its first green Sukuk in 2017. The Environmental, Social and Governance ESG Index FTSE for Good was introduced in 2014. In 2015, Bursa Malaysia's Sustainability Reporting Framework was introduced. In 2018, the Securities Commission of Malaysia launched the guidelines of sustainable and responsible investment funds. And recently, in November 2020, the Securities Commission of Malaysia have launched the waqf featured fund framework. The framework aims to facilitate the offering of Islamic funds with waqf features to enable the growth of the Islamic social finance segment. The development of waqf was identified as one area of significant potential for social development, greater public good, and wealth distribution. BNB investment in supporting all these initiatives, the regulatory initiative has been the first ever asset management company in Malaysia to have introduced a waqf featured mutual fund. It's called Makmur My Waqf Fund. The fund is ESG compliant and gives out half of the return to waqf on a monthly basis, which combine the two components of ESG and Islamic social finance. And this contribution, half of this contribution, actually goes to, for example, to fishermen who wants to build ships, in the East Coast, yeah. Some of the funds also went to dialysis center, for people who can't afford, to do dialysis, for their kidneys. So this is how waqf, be able to, I think waqf is in line with the SDG goals. It is our belief that the waqf fund, Makmur My Waqf Fund, is an inclusive economic instrument based on philanthropic value. It aims to provide all members of society, particularly the underserved, access to quality essential services in fulfilling the needs of the community towards shared prosperity. We believe that waqf has great potential in developing the economy and can have an overall positive and sustainable impact on the Malaysian economy, the global economy, the community, and also the environment. As mentioned earlier, we believe there is alignment between Islamic capital market, Islamic finance, and socially responsible investing, or SRI. SRI exhibits several similar facets with Islamic finance. Both SRI and Islamic finance are values-based approach and strong on risk management. Collaboration between SRI and Islamic finance ecosystems would likely sharpen both sides' intellectual position, as well as offering broader opportunities for distribution and knowledge sharing across regions.
Okay, thanks, Najmuddin. That's useful insights around the alignment. Nika, would welcome your thoughts on the alignment between the SDGs and Islamic finance, and also if you've come across any challenges around the two.
All right, thank you, Natalie. And I do agree with Najmuddin as to how aligned Islam is with the SDGs. And I say this understanding that the definition that we give to the SDGs as being a universal call to action to end poverty, to protect the planet, and generally to ensure that everybody, all people, regardless of where they may be, enjoy peace and prosperity. So if we look at that definition of the SDGs and we contrast or compare that with Islam, many believe that Islam is also universal in its approach. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is considered to be making a universal call to humanity. And the Islam as a word, the root word of Islam being salama, is peace, peace and submission to God. So if we look at the universal call and the peace and submission, we do see that there is, in definition, a natural alignment between the SDGs and Islam. If we look at the higher objective of the SDGs being this peace and prosperity, we can say that is the maqasid of the SDGs, and that is aligned with maqasid Sharia. And so what are the how do we identify the key things on the Maqasid Sharia? So we know that it includes the protection of faith, life, lineage, intellect, and property, towards ensuring that humanity, thrives, and there is a normal functioning society. And I think when we see these objectives aligned, it's easy for people or proponents of Islamic finance or customers of Islamic finance to easily, by engaging with Islamic finance, find themselves supporting the SDGs implicitly, just by that participation. And there are various ways that we can see this happening. If we look at corporate organizations that are operating in line with the principle of Islamic finance, a lot of them are encouraged to contribute zakah, to take out zakah from their earnings. Now, zakah, as a purification of these earnings, is a way of mobilizing financing specifically for socially responsible projects, in terms of just how much this can potentially bring in into the market. If we look at what the ISDB or the Islamic Development Bank estimates, we're looking at somewhere around $1 trillion in terms of global zakat assets annually. If we look at other types of institutional organization of social Islamic social finance, if we look at waqf, for instance, we're looking at upwards of 100 billion in assets that can be mobilized towards social projects, just by abiding by the principles of Islamic finance, which, like I said, are perfectly aligned. So in my mind, I don't see many challenges between the integration of these two systems. I actually see, like Najmuddin said, that we will eventually see a very clear convergence between the two.
Do you feel the Islamic finance industry is ahead of conventional finance, and is the kind of lessons from Islamic finance that conventional finance can learn? So Najmuddin, I'd welcome your thoughts first on that.
Sharia and ESG are complementing each other, as there is alignment between Islamic capital market, Islamic finance, and sustainable and responsible investments, as both are value-based and, like I mentioned, strong on risk management. Hence, we believe investors are well received of Sharia and ESG fund. We strongly believe that collaboration between the SRI and the Islamic finance ecosystem would likely sharpen both sides on the intellectual position, as well as offering broader opportunities for distribution and knowledge sharing across region.
So I think maybe I'll look at our markets as well in responding to that. So if we look at the way Islamic finance has evolved in this market, I'd say as far as social financing is concerned, we can put ourselves slightly ahead. And that's because the focus of Islamic finance in this market, at least, has been this thing around nation building, economic growth, financial inclusion. That has been the, how I put it, that has been the presentation, the driving force of its growth in this market. Not so for conventional finance. Although we've seen a number of corporates incorporating in the conventional space the principles of responsible investing. Even for those that haven't incorporated within the Islamic finance space, they have inadvertently, done these things. So we've seen monies being invested via the Islamic finance space in sustainable projects such as clean energy. We've seen the provision of educational facilities. We've seen even sponsorship of women entrepreneurs, businesses that support women entrepreneurs to reduce gender inequality. We've seen the provision of infrastructure. All these things happening purposefully through Islamic finance vehicles. Not entirely the case in the conventional sector.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, no, that's really interesting. I'm very aware of time, so I think maybe if we could close with a comment from each of you, maybe one top tip for Islamic finance asset managers who want to integrate ESG and SDG. So to Najmuddin first.
Yeah, firstly, I would say that most Islamic fund managers, they understand, they already have, they understand the Sharia investing process, you know, the screening and the rule book is there. It's just that when it comes to ESG, you don't have one common standard like Sharia. So that's very important. So I think for any fund managers, you know, especially Islamic fund managers, wants to integrate ESG, they need to be able to assess the ESG framework, importantly, the integrity of the ESG assessment or the ESG ratings and the ESG data.
And Adeko, your one top tip?
I would advise Islamic asset managers to just go to the core of Islamic finance and see just how it resonates with the SDGs. Coming from the kind of market that we are in, it's easy to see all the development indicators that the SDGs is trying to find. And it's a clear time frame. So the SDGs are trying to get us somewhere by 2030. If we look at indicators such as hunger, for instance, or poverty, or inequality, or even climate, these are things that I can say from Nigeria, for instance, that we see seriously. We see issues of insecurity that have arisen on account of climate issues and water conservation that hasn't happened very effectively. So if you ask me, Islamic asset managers, Islamic finance institutions should actually be at the forefront of SDGs. It shouldn't be something that we have other institutions encouraging you to adopt. You should be the one driving the SDGs, because you can see just how it resonates with the core of Islam. And like I said, it's about economic and prosperity and peace for everyone.
Fantastic, and I think that's a great point to finish and conclude conversations. So I'd like to say thank you very much to Najmuddin and Adeko, and thank you for your time and your fantastic insights.
Most welcome, thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. Thank you, Najmuddin.
Well, Natalie, Najmuddin and Nandako, thanks very much indeed for your presentation, and it's very interesting the comments that you were making. I think Malaysia has clearly over very many years made huge progress in developing the social responsible investing, and Nigeria has also taken big steps in the non-interest banking sector and asset management sector. And it's when I was in Nigeria a few years ago giving a speech at a conference there, it was interesting, a point that was made to me which came out in Ndaku's presentation, was that non-interest banking was very popular because it reached out to a very large segment of the population who were previously excluded and not included in the financial system. And of course, the availability of finance to allow them to set up businesses and so forth is a key factor in helping people get out of poverty and so forth. Now we're going to move on to our final session, which is a presentation from Tansri Azman Mukhtar of the International Center for Education in Islamic Finance. Now he's going to be talking about a topic which we've alluded to in previous sessions, which is this movement from the concept of halal, that's what's permissible or lawful under the Sharia, to tayyib, what is pure or wholesome and can be argued to be more closer to the maqasid, in the context of a movement towards integration of the SDGs in an organization's activities. For us at Islamic Finance Council, this concept is something that we've been promoting and following over the last 10 years. So I'm in particular interested to hear what Azman's going to be saying. And with that, I'll hand over to Azman.
Thank you, Richard. Greetings and peace and blessings be upon you. First of all, a big thanks to the organizers, UK Islamic Finance Council, the United Nations, and the Islamic Development Bank for the opportunity to say a few words on how we can do better in implementing the 17 SDGs from the lenses of Islamic finance. I've been asked to make the case for how SDG implementation in general and Islamic finance in particular need to urgently move from what is called a predominantly halal paradigm in Islamic finance, and halal means to be permissible and lawful according to Islamic law and jurisprudence in the practice of Islamic finance, to a paradigm shift towards what is called tayyib. And tayyib means essentially being pure and wholesome and closer to the ideals of the purpose of what is called the maqasid sharia, or the higher order and purpose of Islamic law, which is to ultimately establish social justice in this world. This aspiration to move from being merely permissible or halal to the ideal of tayyib is a concept that is foundational in our Islamic tradition, with the Holy Quran making reference to the word tayyib many times. But I would go further to say that the notion of being merely permissible as a minimum standard to a more aspirational and holistic solution is also evidently an idea that is familiar to all of us, that is omnipresent and universal in all traditions and in the secular tradition. For example, when we hear of the phrases like substance over form, that it's not enough to be legal, but we need to be ethical, that we need to be true and fair, that we need to have justice and mercy, or to first do no harm and only thereafter to do good, that the aesthetic form needs to take into account the utility function and indeed of moving from good to great. These are indeed familiar and fundamental expressions at the heart of some of our most essential fields and disciplines in law, philosophy, auditing, economics, medicine, architecture, and business management. So ladies and gentlemen, if we take that as a foundational concept, that the times demand that we do not merely what is legal and permissible, but we really need to move to a paradigm that we approach the ideal of being wholesome, holistic, and with more impact. And therefore, we stand here today on the occasion of another United Nations General Assembly on the road and en route to COP26 later this year in Scotland. And of course, against a backdrop of multiple crises of climate, inequality, displacement, and in the pandemic, we know that business as usual needs to be reviewed, and the challenges of our times will require that finance reclaim its role to be part of the solution and not to contribute to this crisis. In that regard, I think we should start by we must not understate the case that there has actually been a lot of progress on many fronts. And I would congratulate the United Nations on the very palpable raising of standards and acceptance on the SDGs, and before that, the MDGs. And in the world of finance, especially in the last few years, we have seen how the acceptance and awareness, and indeed some action from the ESG movement around responsible and sustainable investing and indeed impact investing has become more front and center these days. In Islamic finance, with the ideal of social justice as its anchoring principle, with its ideal of ensuring that wealth is circulated throughout society and that any forms of oppression, financial or otherwise, be removed, whether it's riba, i.e. usury, or any other practices that are deemed to be antithetical to trying to achieve a more just and merciful society. This has also made a lot of progress, especially in the last 40 years or so. So we do have positive developments and strong tailwinds behind us. However, we need to state, and I need to restate, that it is obvious that the scale, intensity, complexity, and the interrelated nature of the multiple and parallel crises that we had described makes it that we need a more urgent perhaps even radical and disruptive approach. And in this regard, from halal to tayyib, from good to great, I would like to first of all outline 7 essential transitions that we are going through at various degrees of intensity right now, but clearly we need to do this together. First of all, in business, it's good to report that to migrate from the axiom of a shareholder economy to a stakeholder economy. This is already moving. That means to say from just profits to profits with purpose, or even to profits through purpose. A corollary is in finance to migrate indeed to return or even to recapture the notion that finance is there to serve the real economy, which in turn then is to ultimately to serve a better society. There is unfortunately much evidence to the contrary currently. So we need to migrate. In investing, to migrate from being merely compliant to more responsible investing, and along the continuum to more sustainable investing, and ultimately impact investing. In climate action and the environment, of course, there is the urgent transition to net zero, but also to drive greater awareness and indeed action on the relatively less attention, if not neglect, that's going on in the other aspect of environment, that is in biodiversity and nature. In human development, in all its multifaceted form, to continue the war against poverty, to heal the immediate effects of the pandemic, and to narrow the significant and widening inequalities within and between nations. Number 6, in implementing the 17 SDGs by 2030, I think it is clear that we need to also migrate to a deeper and broader conception of implementation, bringing a whole of society approach, using the full suite of levers from governments, multilaterals, businesses, the finance sector, philanthropy, and civil society. Indeed, today's summit is part of that effort, I'm sure. And finally, in Islamic finance, as mentioned, while much has been achieved, I think it is also true that we are some way away, and we need to move from being merely halal to the more ideal state of tayyib. The 7 transitions are by no means exhaustive, but they are fundamental, and indeed they are interrelated and mutually enhancing. Islamic finance and SDGs, for example, while necessarily not exactly the same, scholars are clear that they are indeed similar, and more importantly, they are compatible and they are also complementary. So to move forward, the 7 transitions, there are at least three headwinds that we are facing that I would like to highlight. And I call these 3 shades of green, a different kind of green. The first shade of green I would like to highlight is about greenwashing. As we know, this is where the movement around SDGs and ESG is good, but there is also palpable and perhaps some justified skepticism that a lot of this is so-called greenwashing. Indeed, the credibility and sustainability of the sustainability movement rests on our ability to overcome this. There are many tools that have been put into place, but we clearly need to overcome this together, right? Measurement, for example, is one of them. Regulation is another. The second term I would like to highlight is so-called green flagging, whereby I've coined this term to refer to the excessive labeling of products to be Islamic, green being the color of the traditional Islamic flag. So as we have mentioned, that a lot of this actually is more labeling in terms of form, legal form, rather than perhaps the real substance of tayyib, right? The third green I would like to highlight that we need to overcome is, if I may use the term green spending. I think this is both to credit and perhaps debit what started out as a green spend put as far back as 1987 has effectively morphed into a practically permanent Fed put, which becomes almost a one-way bet on capital markets, which has resulted in unusual and ultimately deleterious monetary policy, because this is the aquarium that holds all the other fish in the aquarium, so to speak, and much as whatever progress we make in terms of SDG, ESG, this is highly distortive. It will divert the area of investment. It will favor those with capital against those without, and it will contribute to all kinds of other distortions in the market. So finally, I just like to end with several practical examples and aspirations of how to move from halal to tayyib. Number one, there's some 3.7 trillion of assets under Islamic finance. However, the great majority of that, perhaps as much as 90%, is actually in what is called murabaha financing. With its structure, technically halal, is often criticized as being more debt-like rather than equity and participatory in nature. So therefore, any endeavor to move to more ijara and musharaka structures, for example, which are more equity-based, or indeed private equity, venture capital, and crowdfunding would be a step in the right tayyib direction. Secondly, many Muslim countries actually have large sovereign wealth funds. The sovereign wealth funds perhaps should consider to move to become more like sovereign development funds, where the outcome is not just financial gains, but also to look at economic, strategic, and indeed societal outcomes, which will include many SDGs. Number three, that social impact sukuks should be used to fund both commercial and more developmental outcomes. We have done that in Malaysia under what Khazanah Sukuk Ihsan, for example, in 2017. Islamic social finance through waqf, endowments, zakat, and sadaqah are also quite unique structures. And indeed, there are many examples of this being done to serve and reach out and ultimately hit many of the SDGs. Digital banks offer the possibility of using technology cleverly to reach out into many parts of the populace that is not reached by conventional or by Islamic banking currently, the unbanked, the micro SMEs, and so on and so forth. Finally, is perhaps to consider also the idea of crypto stable coins, perhaps on Islamic financial tenets, anchored on an underlying such as gold, a digital gold dinar. So those are just some examples of practical applications. Some are already happening and some perhaps on our journey to move from halal to tayyib. So in the final analysis, I'd like to end with a quote from Adam Smith, who wrote Wealth of Nations, but he had written earlier under the theory of moral sentiment. He said that to restrain our selfish and to indulge our benevolent affections constitutes the perfection of human nature. Indeed, the Enlightenment and the Scottish Enlightenment that Adam Smith grew out of, basically, lest it be forgotten, that he always intended capitalism to be within the moral sentiments and the moral philosophy that should be underpinning capitalism. Indeed, in Islam, we go and we agree with that sentiment of Adam Smith, but we also need to go back all the way from Adam Smith to Adam himself, our common forefather. And the two prophets from Adam to Muhammad ﷺ bookends the whole chain of prophets, where the message was ultimately the same, which is to guide and locate us, human beings, in order that we can be good stewards on this earth. And in that regard, I think the endeavor and the integration between Islamic finance and the SDG agenda is a good one, and we should be scaling this together. Thank you very much.
Asman, thanks very much indeed for that. I think this move from halal to tayyib, this form over substance debate, I think is now gaining traction. And in the context of the SDGs and ESG, I think it has even more relevance. Interesting, some of his comments there about greenwashing, which I think most of us are aware of. He mentioned the need to maintain credibility. I think that's important. I mean, when you watch TV, at least in the UK, so many of the adverts these days say that their products are sustainable. I just wonder whether this constant portrayal of everything being sustainable without proof that it is truly sustainable is going to be self-defeating. and actually may lead to a loss of credibility, which, as Ma'am was mentioning. We've now sort of reached the end of this particular session, so I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all the speakers and the presenters. I think I've found, and I hope you have too, what they've had to say to be very interesting and informative. I think it's also clear from the various presentations that for an Islamic financial organization that's looking to move into this SDG, ESG space, there are a lot of resources out there to help them. And also there are a lot of organizations that are willing to assist and tell people about their journeys that they've undertaken and the issues they've encountered and the challenges that they've encountered and overcome. And that also feeds into the SDGs, which of course has a strong emphasis on building partnerships and relationships. We've seen that, for example, in the presentation with UNDP and the Republic of Indonesia, and in the conversation between Charles of Gatehouse and Rafi, one was struck very clearly about how they're learning from each other. I'd just like to mention the next session that's coming up. That's going to be part of the UN Islamic Social Finance Dialogue series. And that's going to focus on a discussion of Islamic social financing and the SDGs. They're going to be a panel of very distinguished and experienced speakers, including Dr. Ahmed Al-Mareki, the United Nations Secretary General's humanitarian envoy. So if you can, I'd strongly urge you to listen into that session. In any event, I'd like to take this opportunity once again to thank you for listening to this session. And I now draw this session to a close. Thank you very much.